Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hi. 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 Happy Monday. Oh my goodness. How are you? How's it going? Congrats to Zora and also Juby for both getting first, I guess. Good job. Good job. I hope everyone's well. I'm pretty good. I got a bowl of honeycombs. Mhm. It's really nice. It's really nice. Um yeah, I don't have anything else. I don't have anything else to say. Good morning. Music is a bit loud. Oh, you're not you're not shaking ass right now. Sigh. Thank you for telling me. Hi, Koala. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday. Oh my goodness. Are you guys ready for Christmas? I'm I'm not really. I'm not really. I don't have anything for my brother or my sister. Um But it's fine. We're just gonna hope for the best. It feels like I have Cinnamoroll earmuffs on. Yo, that's awesome. What if your headset was like Cinnamoroll? That would be pretty peak, I think. Happy Christmas. Oh, happy Christmas to you too. I'm ready. You have everything all prepared. I don't know. I I don't know. I'm leaving on Christmas Eve at like 5 a.m., which is in like 3 days, and I'm kind of nervous. I have so much stuff to do. I gotta go. I gotta go to the dentist tomorrow. I don't want to go to the dentist. Don't know that your own comment, but I'm being so for real. I'm being so for real. I think it deserves a nod. Today is Festivus Eve. I have not heard of that. What is what is Festivus Eve? That sounds kind of exciting. I don't want to go to the dentist. No, but like for real slash serious. I don't want to go to the dentist. I'm so nervous. I don't know. I'm not that nervous. My teeth aren't that bad. Oh my god. Good morning. Good morning. I don't think my teeth are that bad. I just haven't gone to the dentist in like 2.5 years. So hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully they're not like, oh, your wisdom teeth came in and they also crowded everything and you're cooked, by the way. I don't know what to do in that situation. I guess we just GG next. Do you guys want to see really cool Inscryption gameplay? Do you guys want to see really cool Inscryption gameplay? I kind of forgot what was going on in the game, to be honest with you. Camera's gonna pan to the dentist waiting room couch. My son plays on the couch playing small. Bro, that's so specific. Thank you for saying that. That's that's so awesome. Thank you. Man. Okay, check this out. Are you checking this out? Oh, is that loud? I think it's kind of loud, but I don't know if it's loud for you or not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. The last thing that happened was, we beat the guy who was putting like masks on. We like beat him in the card game, and then we watched some suspicious videos that were like real life looking. Um, and now we're in a pixel game, I think. Uh, yeah. We progressed. That's crazy. Listen, I'm pretty okay at card games, I think. I think once you get the hang of card games, it's not too bad. 273? No. Oh, okay. No fish, no pass. Okay, he wants a fish. What does he want? Do you want anything? Dag nabbit. That dang hound got herself lost again. But if you think you're getting past, think again. Not till I get some proof my girl's alright. Okay, so he wants a dog? I mean, we need a dog and a fish. I think that's awesome. I do not remember this part. Sorry, did you beat this game? Did you finish it all the way? I had the chest open and found a card pack inside. You received a beastly card pack. Oh, cute. Oh my god, I love Mantis God. I think it also had me choose like a faction, and I do not remember what faction I chose. Mages, huh? Yep, looks good to me. Cards are added to your collection. Oh boy. I watched someone play it all the way like 2 years ago. That's kind of a long time, huh? Were they goated with the sauce? Did they did they take longer than me or shorter than me, do you think? Be honest. Stop shaking. The only thing you have to fear is your own inadequacy. Oh, okay. This thing thinks sauce is better. Oh. That's okay. I got barbecue sauce. Behold me. I am Leshy, the scribe of beasts. We share a desire for you to challenge me. But first... I know what you're thinking. No, this is not my legendary camera. Not the one I used to create beast cards. This one is a mere replica. You may use it to create photos of the beasts in these woods. My subordinates, the prospector, the angler, and the trapper. I don't think I met the trapper. They each require a photo before they will consider battling you. Return to me when they are all defeated. Okay. I love barbecue, like that person. I also love barbecue. I think I like Midwestern barbecue though. I don't think I like this East Coast business. What the hell is a sweet potato pie? What is this? Is this the mini game from the cabin? Like pixely? What the? Sweet Jesus! Are you singing Yellow Cab, or are you talking about anime figures? Yippee! The lore of this game is so interesting. I was really surprised after like the first part that there's like a whole found footage plot, and now now we're in a pixel game. I think that's crazy. The drawer creaked open. You found a pack inside. Wowee! Ruby Golem can't be sacrificed. When Ruby Golem perishes, a Ruby Mox is created in its place. Okay. I don't remember it. Oh my trust! It goes so hard that I forgot everything. That's so awesome. Yep, looks good. Oh, there's numbers outside. I think it was 273. Maybe, perhaps. You take a stinking pile of meat from the safe. Okay, well, I don't really want that. What's the code? Yeah, don't even worry. I remember. It was on a food bowl outside. How do I go outside? Yeah, I be remembering stuff. 69420. Wow, haha. That's really awesome and swag. Also, hi Ella, happy Monday. Is this the trapper? You wish to trade. You don't perchance have any pelts. No, that is disappointing, but I also accept foils. Squirrel ball. Trap a squirrel in the old space. I don't really know what I'm trading for. Am I trading for a card pack? I don't even know if I need it like that. Happy Monday! Did everyone put Tin Papa? Yo! What the hell? Especially Tin Papa. Tin Papa is like our little underdog. You gotta cheer for him. Foils just replaced teeth. I guess that makes sense. I don't know, I like I like having foils. I think that's swag. Tin Papa is goated now? Dang it! Oh, some of us are not cheering for Tin Papa, huh? I bet on losing dogs. Oh. There's so much. Woof. It's hard to get back into the swing of things after a long break. Gotta gather that momentum. Okay. She's gathering momentum to work. That's kind of real as hell. I remember this song. Wait, that was awesome. Well, I bet on losing dogs or like the... I'm not sure what you mean. You're here! Marvelous. I'm Gamora, scribe of the dead. Until quite recently, I was disgraced. Though I was returned to my former glory with the help of some unlikely friends. Well, that's nice. Is she the stink bug card? The game? You're that excited to hear like little 8-bit tracks? That's so whimsical and lovely. Hi, Redbeard! Happy Monday, happy Monday! If you wish to test your skills against me, you must first prove your wits. You must discern which tone marks the final resting place of my lovely ghouls. A piece of an epitaph. It reads, eaten by a hungry dog. That's what the prospector was talking about, right? Like something happened to his dog. I low-key don't remember. Dagnabbit, I can smell that meat on ye. And I'm still missing that dang hound. Can't you put a little in her bowl? What happened to your dog? Get proof. Okay, he just wants proof that his dog's alright. Yeah! Oh my goodness! Redbeard, thank you so much for the bits! That's so sweet of you! Wow, 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 wow! Wow, wow, wow! That's so lovely. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Me when I can smell your meat. Does it smell like... Does it smell like musk? Like flannel? Oh wait, is this the dog? Can I take a picture of it? Yeah! Red, that's so sweet! Thank you, thank you! Oh my goodness. You're so generous. Is it because I put the meat in the bowl? We're really excited about that. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oog, pant, pant, pant. That's so real and true. W Redbeard. Yeah. Oh my god. You're going crazy sicko mode. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, this is me right now. This is me. I'm the little hand, and this meat is all these nice little bits. Well, I'll be darned. That's my girl. I'll let you pass me and into yonder pond. But, dagnabbit, first we gotta battle. Well, darn it all. Your deck ain't right. Get you at least 20 cards in it. Oh. How many cards do I have? Invalid 0 out of 20. Oh, do I make... What? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the bit, Sora. Yippee! Oh, you guys started a train. That's so sweet. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's so nice. That's so nice and kind and sweet. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Do you think I can have 20 Mantis Gods? That would be kind of awesome. I don't know anything about mages. Do I have enough? Oh, I do maybe have enough. Yo! Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, Red. You've given so many bits. I appreciate you so much. My goodness. 49er. At the end of the owner's turn, 49er will move in the direction described in the sigil. What any of this is. Thank you. Thank you, Red. Oh my goodness. There's so many nice noises. Do you just like hearing the, the like vine boom overlaid on top of a sparkle? Do you like the sound? I made it myself. Well, I didn't make it myself. I took 2 sounds that already existed, and then I like squished them together myself. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm overwhelmed. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This is me right now in my little car that I bought with all the bits you gave me. You think this is a banging deck? Is this sauce? Is this barbecue sauce or is this like mustard? I don't know. Yeehaw! You fixed it. Now let's battle. Oh. What is this? Oh my goodness. What the? Yup, I'm PO3. Is this pronounced like Po or PO3? Okay. Had to donate? That's so sweet of you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And thank you for the work, goat. So many sweeties here today. Is this mustard? But like honey mustard, so it's kinda okay. Man. I think on the tier list, honey mustard is still below average. Like that means I'm less than mid, which I don't know how I feel about that. Everyone says PO3. A few say Poe. I think PO3 is a little cuter. I'm sorry if anyone in chat is named Poe, but I think I prefer PO3. Mustard is the only mustard I would take, and even that is sus. Yeah, I'm on the same page. I really hate mustard. Honey mustard is like I would eat it if it was on my food, but I would never ask for it. Like never ever. Horseradish mustard. I've never had that before. I've had horseradish. And I've had mustard, but never like combined. That sounds I'm not gonna lie to you, that sounds not super good. Wouldn't that be quite bitter? I don't know. You picked my starter deck. That means you have to learn to use energy. Oh, this is a faction I chose. I do remember that because I quite like robots. Do I really have to explain this to you? Wow, 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 wow. At the start of each turn, you increase your max energy. Spend it or not, doesn't matter. At the start of your turn, your energy refills to the max. To the max. Radish? Radish? What does that even mean? Radish is looking healthy today. Wow. I'm so glad. I hope everyone is taking good care of their radishes. It's most likely called spicy mustard elsewhere. Just a little spicy? Oh. I don't know if I've heard of spicy mustard. I don't know. The only time I had horseradish was I'm not Jewish, just to preface this, but I was at this like event that was like Jewish. And it was like we had to like try all these different foods for some Jewish holiday. I don't want to get it wrong. I want to say it was Passover, but I'm not 100% sure. But we had like unleavened bread and horseradish and some other things. I don't Everything was like fine except for the horseradish. That was not very yummy at all. Thank you for coming to my bar mitzvah. I've never been to one of those. That sounds cool though. I've only been to one like coming of age sort of thing. And it was one of my very best friends growing up. She is Filipino, and she for her 16th or maybe 15th birthday, she had like a whole cotillion, and she had like this beautiful ball gown, and I was like in it. She she had a bunch of her close friends like learn this dance, and we danced in front of everyone. It was really cool. I would recommend going to one of those if you have the opportunity. Oh, sorry. Get it? Yeah, I get it. Does this replace? Does this replace sacrifices? Leap out will block an opposing creature bearing the airborne sigil. Don't have enough energy to play that? Oh, wait, I see. I can only play this. Oh my god. I feel like my radish is floppy and dying. No. No. Aware said your radish is looking very healthy today. Sounds like a quinceañera. Yeah, it was. Well, based off what I've seen in media, I unfortunately have never been to a quinceañera. But it felt similar, like a coming of age. Like when a girl turns a certain age, then it's like a big celebration. I think those are really fun. Get it mentioned. Doggies are on deck. Get it mentioned. Oh, doggies are on deck. Doggy eating old meat out of a bowl outside. Sick of hearing from me? Well, I'm sick of talking. I've got important work to do. You'll see me later. Okay. How do I end my turn? This? What is this? A hammer. Oh. I guess you ring the bell when you're done. It's just unhealthy. I'm gonna pin that. That's so awesome. This is the type of positivity we like to bring here on the X Cinnamon Fox X channel. The coming of age for the Latin ladies? Yeah. I'm familiar with the concept. I just never have been to one personally. 49er moves to new space. I kind of like that you get energy gradually, but I'm afraid if you have to wait so long for your big cards, your early game's probably not that good. Oh, there's just randomly a mantis god in here as well. Thanks for lying about my radish. It helps a little. Bro, water your radish. Why is it floppy? Huh. Can I... Bloodhound leaps over to block. Oh, but you still have the energy. This seems quite nice, I think. I don't know what this hammer is for. I guess we'll find out. Thick Joyd? I guess he is a bit thick. That frog is my face when I see my radish in the mirror. Man, I saw the frog, but only for like a split second, and it was not looking good. Why? In the mirror? What are you talking about? That sounds horrible. I'm sorry. Ew. Hammer eats any of your cards if you need space? Oh. Do you get bones for it? Or is it you just wish it out of existence? Fair is fair. You beat me like a dog. Take this. Some say these here cards are better in gold. Wowie. Looks good. Munch. Oh my god, sorry. Sorry, I like honeycomb. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Red. I think you get bones, but it doesn't count as blood. That makes sense. Keep doing it. Now I don't wanna. Hopefully. Oops. Darn pretty picture. Sorry, I did not read the first thing he said. And this guy wants a fish? Okay. I think this is just the starting area. What is this? Eaten by a hungry dog. I hope that's what my headphone says. That sounds kind of awesome. Okay, so I guess we have to find a lot of those types of things, huh? Does not hold a grudge. Brr! Did someone leave the AC on? Oh, come on, dude. It's freezing in here. Maybe a heated battle will help. Okay. Banshee will strike an opponent directly, even if there's a creature opposing it. Yo, what? That sounds awesome. Jogger can't be sacrificed. The creature inside is released in its place. What creature is inside a jogger? Here's would say choked on a carrot while laughing at Squidward Boo Womp. Bro, I would not choke on a carrot. What is wrong with you? I'm quite good at eating carrots, I would say. Has anyone ever choked before? Like in a like in a real way? I don't think I ever have. If I have, it like precedes my memory. Jogger releases the creature inside. Oh, it's just a skeleton. That's not so bad. Skeleton collapses in a pile of bones. Oh. Hey, that's kind of nice. Why is automaton... Why does it cost 3 if it's just a 1/1? Okay. Sounds good. I choked on a cheese stick while watching anime. They were monologuing the entire time, but I was coughing too hard to pause it. Do you remember what anime it was? Like what they were monologuing about? Do you ever like hear the monologue and you get flashbacks to like a cheese stick? That's... That's some sort of aura, I would say. Like if you're gonna choke on a cheese stick, at least you have something to listen to. I think Warren is actually pretty not good at all for my deck. I'm not sacrificing anything. We can go here. I look-y trying to eat them that much anyway. I choked on water? Like actually? Ah! Wait, 6 is like bad, right? Oh. Okay. I thought you died if it was at 5, but maybe it's like chill. Maybe maybe it's no biggie. Okay. I like this guy's deck. I think the skeletons that die are kind of fun. Waterborne. Also, when Hrakal is played, it provides an energy cell to its owner. Oh, that's kind of nice. Yo. Oh, that's not gonna go anywhere. It's fine, it's true. When I was playing Danganronpa 2, I laughed really hard while drinking an orange soda, and I choked so bad it poured out my nose and I thought I was drowning. Oh. That sounds so painful. Oh, I did not mean to do that. I don't think I've ever, like, been laughing so hard that liquid came out of my nose. Like, I've been swimming and I've, like... I don't know. breathed in water and then it like goes out your nose and it hurts really bad. I couldn't imagine with soda. That sounds spicy. To blow my nose and it was orange? Thanks. Maybe a radish is looking a little bit floppy. Oh my goodness. You won, but now I'm a bit less cold. Take a pack on the house. I'm trying to think. I don't know. I don't think I've had too many choking emergencies. No. Just from swimming, but it's never been bad. I don't know. There's one time me and my sister were swimming in the ocean, and for anyone who's like been to the ocean, you know how there's like colored flags that tell you how bad the waves are? There's like green if it's like chill, and there's yellow if it's kind of not chill, and there's red if it's like bad. And I think black is like there's a shark in the water or something. That's unrelated. But I think it was like I think the flag was red, and like you like low key weren't supposed to be swimming in the ocean, but me and my sister was swimming in the ocean anyway, because it was it was kind of like a wave pool. It was really fun, like to be I don't know playing in these huge waves. But I got sucked under a little bit, and I did breathe in some water, and that hurt pretty bad. But it was like fine. Found a piece of an epitaph. Casey Hobbs, 1970 to winter 1992. Oh. This guy was only 22 years old and he's dead? I need to go to the ocean with a black flag. You wanna swim with a shark? I wanna say they also used it if there's like a large amount of jellyfish in the water. I don't know, but the black flag means there's like some sort of creatures that can hurt you really bad. Casey Hobbs is the name. Tombstone on the left. Where Casey? Okay, that one's on the left. I'm gonna maybe get rid of this one so I don't get confused. Youch! Yeah, youch indeed. It was worth it though. I guess I can't in good conscience recommend that, because they say there's this thing called undertow where like you'll get like pulled into the ocean and then like from underneath. Like the waves at the top are going this way and the waves at the bottom are going this way, so you get like trapped and then you can't swim up. I get why you're not supposed to do that, but I don't know, it was fun to be like tumbling around. I don't know, it's kind of awesome. See the ocean? No. I don't know. I think it's rare, at least like in the United States. I was in Mexico with my sister when that happened. But I think if you're at like Florida or California or I don't know. I think it only gets like that around hurricane season. Fun. It was quite fun. Oh. The defibrillator failed. You found a card in the well. The ink is running from the moisture. A drowned soul. That's fun. Is there anything else in here? No. I can't take my floppy radish into the undertow. Well, sure you can. I think as long as you're aware of it and you know what to do in that situation, it's fine. You're never supposed to swim against the current, because you're never gonna win against the ocean. You're supposed to swim with it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then that way you'll probably be fine. He sifted through the bones and found a card pack inside. There's so many cards just around here. Now I'd win. Okay, well, I I don't think that's how that works. This looks like Sans Undertale. Get another radish. Wait, that's kind of real. If your radish is floppy, just get a new one. Oh, where do you buy radishes from? Do they have radishes at Walmart? My grandpa, my dad's dad used to really like radishes. So I kind of associate radishes with old people. I don't know if that's real. Like, he loved radishes. And he'd like give them to me and we'd eat them like apples. Park. A living space. Oh, a living slice of lemon approaches. Slice of lemon? Is this Riz? Bright and trig as a lime. Trig. You think you will squeeze a defeat out of me? Is he talking about citrus because he's like got scurvy? Chat, 10 isn't here, so I'm gonna say no. Darn it. That's kind of sad. But no, this is like the game that Tenna puts you in, I think. That's my expert professional opinion. My flaming hot lemon. Is that supposed to be Riz calling someone their like a flaming hot lemon? I feel like that does not sound very appetizing at all. Maybe I'm just a hater though. Check this out. Mantis God is so goated. Don't head empty emoji me. I'm asking a genuine question. Only Riz if they know the song. But like, is the song even Riz? Because I feel like the song itself is kind of goofy. I haven't really listened to the lyrics though. Oh my god, Mantis stiff. The sound that played earlier. I know it from somewhere. It's driving me crazy. I'm not sure what sound played. So I don't really know what it would be. You don't be hearing. Listen, I'm a good listener, but I'm not a good hearer. Does that make sense? This sound fart. No, I'm never gonna have a fart on my channel. That is not the vibe we're going for. You beat the poop out of me. Firstly, take ye this. My goodness, thank you.
Fart kaboom pow wow
Okay.
flamin' hot lemon.
Thank you, Zora. This sound, like when when they talked. I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard it before. And because he bested me with I'll share me secret. Main name's Royal. It's the far right tomb. Here's the headpiece. Royal Dominguez. This guy lived a lot longer than Casey. Fart underscore cutely. Okay, well, listen, you can pretend whatever you want, but it's not making it to my channel. Kind of sounds like Tokyo Drift. Sounds like Sans from Undertale. Does it? I don't know. This sounds too mechanical for Sans, in my opinion. life didn't give me lemons, so I died. Oh, he probably died of like scurvy. Like, actually. I don't have a scurvy piece though. The Talking Sounds Like Crazy by the Seraphim. What? I don't hear it. I'm afraid. My goodness, so many cards. Yoink. Listen to the first 10 seconds. I don't know. I guess it's the same, like... I guess it's the same theme. Like... beats. I always come back, get KO'd by Pipe Fox Pet. Pipe Fox Pet? What is that? Like a pipe bomb, but for, but for foxes? I'm so smart, my memory is so good. What is it from? What is it from? There was no cure. Is there no cure for... What the... Wait. It's cute. This guy looks like they have french fries on their head. I like this. I like this one. I don't know who these people are. The sound effect was in a game called Pony Island that I watched years ago and was in fact designed by the same person as Inscryption. The person who made the like spooky card game Inscryption also made a game called Pony Island. That's kind of awesome and swag. I can't believe you connected the dots like that. Good job. It's like Snake, but with cute fox head and fur. Snake? Snake like from Super Smash Bros? I'm not super familiar. It's sleepy time for me. Oh my goodness. Good night, Red. Tuck. I hope you sleep so well. Oh no, oh no. Do not look upon me. Do not snarl or sniff. I beg you. Oh, I kinda wanted to sniff. If you wish to battle, please, let us get it over with. Pony Island is also kinda eerie? Pony Island, not so cute as you think? Oh, I guess I judged it off of its name. It's really awesome and good and you should play it! What's it about? Or like what kind of game is it? Is it like an RPG? No normal snake? I do not want to see a snake that's furry. I kind of do. That sounds swag. Do you think it also has scales? Like just for... Wouldn't a furry snake just be like a caterpillar? In a way? I think it would be. And I think caterpillars are cute. Okay. Maybe this is fine. Sniffa. Sniff, 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 sniff. I literally cannot believe I remembered that. I haven't even played the game so... I don't think I've ever had a moment like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's been times where it's like, oh, this thing sounds familiar. But I don't think my memory has ever been so good that I'm like, ah, yes, this thing that I watched someone else play years ago. I I distinctly remember the sound from that. You're so powerful. I'm cooked. OMG, real like a caterpillar. There's truly nothing more real than a caterpillar. Um... Hmm... Maybe we go here. I like that the skeletons just kind of take care of themselves. It's a good mechanic. Yippee! It is over. You chewed me out. Now, please, look away. Turn your eyes to this card pack instead. Okay. Junior Sage. That's cute. I am called Sawyer. The middle stone marks my grave. Please, do not go digging up my bones. My goodness, I have a squirrel stuffed animal and his name is Sawyer. Sawyer Patel, 1702, the fall 1778. Oh, at least he lived a long life. Yeah. He just jingled you. It did work. It's not hold a grudge. There's no cure. Defibrillator failed. I feel like the no cure is probably for scurvy. A scurvy dog. Wait, would a hungry dog also be scurvy, do you think? Do not sniff or snarl. Oh wait, maybe that is dog. If he's saying don't sniff or snarl, maybe that would be dog related. If a dog eats you, do you think you use a defibrillator or no? Hello, Ryan. Welcome in. It's a puzzle game and I think it's also pretty short. If you do play it, go in as blind as you can. This sounds good to me. Well, let me write it down. I will forget. Unless somebody puts it in my suggestions, I will forget. New ideal good news. That's the last thing I wrote. I don't even know what that means. Pony Islands. Pinky_Fox. Hi, Az. Hello. I don't know what that means, but hi. Also, hi, Mixsalsa. Oh my goodness. Mixsalsa in my chat. Wowee. Look at the dates. Look at the dates. Oh. I guess that one does say winter, huh? So winter is probably ice. I feel like you wouldn't use a defibrillator for any of these situations, and that's just me. Scurvy is curable? This is new ideal good news. I really wish I remember what that was from. Is scurvy curable? Okay. How do you cure scurvy? Do you just eat a lemon? It means you're a Pinky Fox? Pinky Fox? I mean, I'll take it. I do like pink. I will put it in suggestions. Oh, thank you. This is so awesome. Maybe Sawyer doesn't hold a grudge because it's a dog. And I feel like you wouldn't. There would be no grudge to be had with ice or scurvy. I don't know what defibrillator goes with. I'm still missing one, I think. Can I go down your stairs? Anything with vitamin C? Does milk have vitamin C? Would it be appropriate to say, "Oh, he needs some milk," or is that not realistic? Hello. You wish to trade? Oh. Not particularly. Goodbye. Scurvy is just vitamin C deficiency because sailors didn't have fruit or vegetables while on the water. I think I kind of was aware of that, but not too much. Oh, brought down by scurvy. Yippee! A gust of foul-smelling air billows from the casket. Yo! He's stinky. You have no offering. Oh, I don't know what I'd offer to that. Maybe some perfume. Okay, brought down by scurvy. Need 8 foils to buy Ouroboros? Oh, I do like Ouroboros. I think I only have 3. Parfum de Bussy? Thank you. I hope that's what you smell like. Scurvy, gimme. Well, you're gonna have to stop eating vegetables. Do you think anyone in the modern day like gets scurvy just because they don't want to eat fruits and vegetables? Like, is that an actual concern? I think maybe Sawyer doesn't hold a grudge. Because it's like a dog, right? Do you use a defibrillator for scurvy or from getting hit by ice? I don't know. Maybe there's no cure to getting hit. Humpty Dumpty style. I feel like they don't really make sense, but that's the best I can think of. Good evening and happy Monday. Oh my goodness, hi Joru! Happy Monday! What's Monday? Monkey Monday? Marmoset Monday? I don't know what Monday is, but I hope everyone's having a good one. Probably in nations that don't have food. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I was thinking like... I wasn't thinking like people who have lack of food. I'm thinking like... What if your kid is really picky and just will not eat fruits and vegetables? Could your child get scurvy? A defibrillator in 1962? I don't know. I have no concept of when defibrillators were made. I don't really even know what one is, to be honest. Like, I know it shocks your heart, but I don't really know much else. It is. A lot of dorm-living college students get scurvy. Maybe not a lot, but just a surprising amount. Really? See, I wouldn't have thought about that. At least it's like reversible. Mappy Mouse one day. Oh, you're so right. So is defibrillator more of a 90s situation? But there is a cure to scurvy, right? Maybe Maybe you don't hold a grudge against not having a lemon. Okay, what about this? Will it just move on once you get it right? Or do I have to talk to someone and be like, I did it? I don't think there's a cure to being eaten. Well, that makes sense. Discord ping sound effect? Oh, can you hear that? Sorry. I'm usually on streamer mode. Not on streamer mode for today. Don't tell anyone. Good morning, Tiger. Oh my goodness. I hope you slept well. Is this how it already was? Does not hold a grudge. They didn't have fruit in the 1600s. What? I'm not saying they didn't have fruit. Is this still wrong? I thought it was me at first. I was trying to figure out who was pinging me. Yeah. That's happened to me before. I'll be watching someone stream and then they'll get like Discord notifications and I get so excited and happy that somebody is talking to me. But then it's like, oh, I don't even have any notifications. There's some cheese that do not have dilsies. Not aware of this until recently. Well, then you gotta go to other countries. You gotta enlighten them. Well done, I think this looks good. Message passed on Discord more. Thank you. Hearing the little like baba, it fills me. It's like a sleeper agent. I go feral. I like it so much. Oh hey, someone wants to speak to me. Oh, it's an at everyone. Oh no, the at everyone. It's like they're talking to everyone, but they're thinking about you specifically. You know, you gotta keep that in mind. Is this not good? Not sniffer snarl. Lemons. Send blink messages to Foster. She gets a dopamine hit from the notification. Can you even send blink messages on Discord? Like, can you send just like a bunch of spaces? I thought it didn't let you. Bus just wanted us to know she's popular. Okay, well, to be honest with you, I think the notification was literally for you recommending Pony Island in my suggestions. I don't think it was even like anything crazy. Yeah, 1 sec. Oh, thank you. Thank you for your service. I mean, I swear I tried to do that to someone one time. And it wouldn't let them through. How do I Did I get my left and right mixed up? Far right tomb? No, this is the far right tomb. Do I have to like leave? Hello. Hello. The scurvy one is probably wrong. feel like it's the last row. Maybe that's wrong. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't know any of them. Well, defibrillator probably has to be this one if defibrillators were not invented in the 17 or 1600s. I don't know. I hate that so much. Like, why can I not send someone a whole bunch of nothing? Stop me nothing. That's... You're kind of real for that. It's kind of awesome. You're right or his right? Oh. Yeah, I guess if he's facing the camera, maybe it would be backwards. But the tombstones are red from this way, so wouldn't it be right? Try no cure, I guess? Or scurvy? Like this? Oh. Guys, did you know that scurvy is uncurable? Once you get it, you can't even eat a lemon. You just die on the spot. Not all who wander are lost. Most of them are, though. Thank you. These are some good words of wisdom. Can you send a message and then just edit it to just be spaces? I don't know, try it. I don't know. I feel like I've sent empty stuff before and it just says like your message cannot be empty. Is that real? Maybe that's not real. It's not the size of the dog in the fight, but the size of the fight in the dog. That said, the dogs in the most fight are larger. Do you have like an inspirational book next to you and you're just like sharing with the class? Someone DM me scurvy. How? What would the scurvy emoji be? Like a lemon with a with like a cancel sign through it. That's so awesome. Okay, not to out anyone, but at least 3 people have sent me blank messages. Sigh. Or it's the same person 3 times. I'm seeing a little bat emoji on my screen. Not naming any names. That just deletes the message? Stop it, Chihuahua. Do Chihuahuas have a lot of fight? I don't. People always say that Chihuahuas are like really mean and barky and aggressive. I've only met like 2 Chihuahuas my whole life, and I feel like they were kind of normal. What the? I specifically told you not to out me on stream? Oh. Well, I didn't. I just said there's a bat emoji. I didn't say who it was. Now you're outing yourself. Again! No! Send pleasing DMs on stream. That's diabolical. That's real though. Mick can do that if she wants. Marvelous. I believe you have proven your wits adequately. Are you prepared? You will not defeat me. Wait, I'm not prepared. Can I edit my deck? Can I delete my deck? Oh, this is too many things. Okay, don't do that. I want mantises. I don't know if I want any bone people. I want these little goobers. I want a thick droid. Maybe just one of them though. What are these? just a half glaze. Yeah, no big deal or anything. Just a little half glaze. Maybe elk is chill. Okay. And then that's probably good and fine. Never full. So freely with whimsy. Sigh. With whimsy, huh? Whimsy filled Wonder Maxer. Wait! Wonder Maxer. I never heard that before. Sounds so awesome. 50% glaze, 50% yippee spelt wrong. Interesting. There's no such thing as perfect. That being said, perfection does exist, is just really difficult to obtain. What? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. However, some people miss 100% of the shots they do take. Dilzy, I feel like this is not Scream. Thank you. Is this good advice? I was beginning to worry I'd be sealed away behind those tombstones forever. Locked down at the mercy of a challenger's wits until one day discovered. But no, you prevailed, and now it's time to battle. This is almost giving its TV time if you think about it really hard. My minions never truly die, you know. Let's see how you fare. I don't know how well I will fare. Try my best though. Gotta keep the sugar down a little. Glaze is pure sugar. Oh, I was thinking like ceramic glaze. Is donut glaze? Is that actually pure sugar? I feel like... Isn't pure sugar just simple syrup? I feel like glaze has to have something in it, right? It's got a certain quality. Maybe I'm making stuff up though. Don't eat ceramic glaze. Yeah, well, it looks really tasty. Have you considered that at all? Okay. Wait, we're doing stuff? We're doing stuff? Things are happening? Well, actually, this hound is just gonna kill my elk fond. Man. Passed out 7 times glazing this. Man, me and Mick for real. Plus, I require you anti-demon services. There are 3 evil spirits at my local Taco Bell that keep undercooking my quesarito. Man, Swingus, that's really rough. I feel so sad for you. I don't really know what a quesarito is, but like, are you going home and are you microwaving it, or are you just eating a sad, like, half-baked quesarito? This knowledge will help me know what to do. Most millionaires are self-made. Ah! Don't be afraid to chase your dreams. Most millionaires are self-made. Upon further investigation, the above quote is untrue. Most millionaires inherited their wealth, so disregard the above message. Thank you, love Dilzy. Wow, thanks, Dilzy. I'm learning so much. Powdered sugar in a liquid like milk. There's milk on donut glaze? Golden I think the demons will go away. That's pretty real and true. That's pretty real and true. Have you tried that, Swingus? I just avoid the local Taco Bell now? That's so sad. The saddest thing I ever heard. Okay, I think we're looking fine. Simply go to the next town over if I want it. What if you, like, complain to them? What if you go through the drive-thru and you say, 1 quesarito, please, but make sure it's cooked correctly. And then they'll, like, spit in it. Can be, not necessarily. Another creature dies. is returned to life and dies again immediately. What? I think I'm washed. Ugh. Rome was not built in a day, but over the course of a number of years, that will exceed your lifespan. Is that like supposed to be depressing? Or did it just like turn out that way? Extra flavor? Ew. What is a quesarito? Is it burrito ingredients in a quesadilla? Or is it a burrito with quesadilla in it? Every single food place in the town I live in is total buns. The only place that makes decent food are the pizza joints, but even they are hit or miss. SMH. Huh, maybe you're cursed, Splingus. Maybe you're cursed to have mid food. Okay, Dilsey, why would you why would you post that clip? Thanks. Thanks, Dilsey boy. You just played a card with an activated ability. What? Calm down. It's fine. A burrito wrapped around a quesadilla? What? Wouldn't it be a quesadilla wrapped around a burrito? You could do powdered sugar and water to make glaze, but that's just sad. Oh. I didn't know that was sad. I guess that sounds kind of sad. Quesarillo. A quesadilla on the outside, burrito on the inside. We take a cheesy quesadilla, use it as the tortilla, then wrap it around seasoned beef, seasoned rice, creamy chipotle sauce, and reduced fat sour cream and grill it to golden perfection. Yo, they are not even grilling yours to golden perfection. You deserve a refund for real, for real. A double-layered burrito with cheese? I don't think I've ever eaten a burrito. Maybe I had a breakfast burrito one time. I don't know. I don't like the ratios of a burrito. Like, my friends will get burritos sometimes, and like, I'll have a bite of it, but there's too much stuff inside. I like the ratio of a taco a lot better. Disagree. What do you mean ever? Well, like I've tried a burrito before, but I've never eaten one all the way through. It's just like too much. I don't know. I don't like it. You never had a burrito? Well, I'm not saying I've never like tried one. I it's too much. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'll have a bite of someone else's and it's like, the filling to crust ratio is messed up. She doesn't eat Dilsey, shut up. They make bean burritos. I don't think I'm a burrito guy. Ever since I moved out of the South, I have to make genuine effort if I want anything with actual flavor. Oh. Wait, that's kind of sad. Maybe there's more like ethnic restaurants near you. You know what I mean? Like Taco Bell maybe is flopping, but surely there's like a local Mexican restaurant that seasons their stuff and cooks it better. Why do you have the most upsetting food takes? Make half glaze her bean burrito style. What the hell? Would that taste good if your burrito was glazed? I feel like that wouldn't be awful. It'll only work if you can pay the cost. Wait, did I pay the cost? Pay 1 bone to create a skeleton in your hand. I have bones. Did I do that? Yippee! Probably not great. What if it's like kind of okay though? What if it's like a chicken burrito? Would that be good? French toast themed burrito? Yeah. Glazed with what? Like a donut? Absolutely not. Yeah, like the donut glaze. Like, what if you drizzled it on the inside? Not on the outside, because then that would get all over your hands and be freaky. But like, what about just a little bit on the inside? You would love it because you have bad food takes. What? I feel like we agree on a lot of food takes. Maybe not a lot, but I feel like we agree on some things. Marvelous. An opportunity to use my quill. R.I.P. Bonehound. What the? Don't write that down. All over your hands? Sticky fingers. Oh my goodness. Alexa, play Cough Drops by Almost Monday. Are you eating burritos with your bare hands? Oh no, I'm not eating burritos. But is that not how you do it? I thought you I thought you eat a burrito like a hamburger. Is that not real? Is there supposed to be paper on it? I don't know. I don't know. I lied. I have had one burrito, and it was a breakfast burrito from Chick-fil-A one time. I ate that one all the way through. But I've never had like a Mexican burrito all the way through. I don't know, it's just not that good. Fillings, hash browns, pancake bits, bacon, small amount of syrup, toast that thing, and glaze it. Yo, that sounds good. Eggs are an optional inclusion. I would eat that. I'd eat that. That sounds nice. Although, with all that stuff, like I wouldn't really want it to be wrapped in a tortilla. Like I think I would just want all those things separately, maybe. Donut glaze and salsa, my favorite combo. Yeah, but like maybe that would be good. Glaze, 50%. Sora! You can make a glaze command if you want. You don't have to respond to yourself like a freak. Are you eating burritos? I'm imagining Mick like is eating it with like a fork and a knife. That's my guess. Wait, I'm dead as hell. I gotta go, my pants are cold. Okay, well, have fun warming your pants up, I guess. Squeak. Okay. This is Monsley's burrito opinion. Yeah, I think he agrees with me. Okay, wait, let me try again. Minions prepare for death, but then life again. Oh yeah, see, now we got a better starting hand, so now we can slay a bit harder. Although that's not great. He hates the quesadilla. Riot! To be honest, I don't think I would like the quesadilla either. It sounds like it'd be too cheesy. I don't know, when I'm eating like a taco or something, like the tortilla is my favorite part. And so I prefer like just a little bit of meat and some rice and some salsa in a tortilla, taco style. Because then you get a lot of tortilla. But like a burrito, that thing's just filled too much. It's from a restaurant or homemade. With a fork and knife. Okay, so I feel like you're the weird one for that. Like, I feel like every time I've seen someone eat a burrito, they're like grabbing it. Not forking it. Who let fork in their burrito? Another creature you own dies. Return to life and dies again immediately. Should I save this? I guess I have to save it. I don't have enough bones. What? What do you mean, what? Yeah, I'm Team Grip? Yeah, I thought you eat it. Like a hot dog, kinda. I guess. I think of the ones with Chipotle. Wait, what? I think of the ones from like Chipotle when I think burrito, but I guess a lot of Mexican restaurants serve them in such a way you got a fork and knife. I use a fork and knife if it is unreasonably large or soaked in something. I guess that makes sense if it's soaked in something, like enchilada style. Man, why do I have worms? Can I concede and GG next? I'm cooked. I'm cooked. For your talking Taco Bell, that's handheld, but I guess I only get burritos from restaurants, so they're very large. I retract my previous statement. I don't know, I'm imagining trying to knife a burrito and like all the stuff is just spilling everywhere. Is that not real? There's a forfeit on options menu. You don't double hand grip the burrito, Chan. That's crazy. Oh my god, concede. My little white flag. Let me edit my deck. My undying creatures can be difficult to overcome. Perhaps you'll need to open more packs and improve your deck. Man, shut up, lady. Get these out of here. What bone to create a skeleton in your hand? I want more low-cost mechs. I don't think I want to mess with the magic stuff. Does it say 13? Airborne. Also, at the end of the owner's turn, Headless Horseman will move in the direction inscribed in the sigil. So many. Mox cards. Ugh. Carve that shit into stone. Whoa. What are you carving into stone? The content consensus. Burritos can be handheld or fork knife affair. No, I don't think I would ever knife my burrito. I think I'm gripping it. The burrito is too big. I have the waiter hold it for me. Ew. Spillage is the result of poor wrapping or hand placement. Everyone knows this, Professor Foss. I never ate a burrito. Man. I actually dislike this part of Inscryption, not gonna lie. Kinda kills the vibe. Really? I think it's kind of a charming little style. I like pixely things. Broken old bowl. The check isn't... What? 4 bones are awarded instead of 1? Why do these both have the same name, but they're different? Oh shit. Okay. Maybe this is big chillin'. Perhaps, I hope. Okay. Yippee! I remember holding people's burritos for them. What? Were you a waiter? I hate holding small burritos, though. Are we still talking about burritos? I'm like the scary evil man more. Oh, I like the scary evil man more than this pixel stuff. Really? I think I'm the opposite. I think I like this pixel stuff more than the scary evil man. I'm sending you an image. I need you to tell me if you're gripping that burrito. Tiger, I don't want to open an image of like a cursed burrito. Like, I'm scared. I'm scared to look what you sent me, actually. Actually, I'm a bit frightened. Pick 2 ones to increase the power and health of bone heat by 1. is. Who up gripping it? I'm gripping a Coca-Cola right now. Are you really? Is it a flavor or is it just regular Coca-Cola? I'm not really a soda drinker, but I quite like cherry Coca-Cola, if that's an option. It ain't cursed. It's a typical Mexican restaurant fare. Okay, let me look at this. Let me look at this burrito. I would not call this a burrito. Like maybe it is a burrito, but it looks weird. It's like a plate, and the plate is full of beans or perhaps a sauce, and the burrito is like sitting in it. So yeah, I guess you would have to fork and knife it. But like the caveat is that I would never order that in a billion years. That's way too saucy. Way too saucy. Your tortilla would get soggy. Regular Coke? Oh. That's cool, I guess. That's cool, I guess. I wish there was a daily game with food. And it just is grip or no grip. And you gotta guess who be gripping or not gripping their things. That would be too easy, right? The change you want to see in the world? Yeah, sorry, you should make it. Make it on like Google Slides. Now you don't like sauce. I like a little sauce, but not. I don't like my carbs to be like drenched. Poor Fruity strikes again. Guys, I don't know what to tell ya. I really don't know what to tell ya here. I just hey thanks, I guess. I'll see myself out of here. Goodbye, Mick. Listen, I'm not like anti-sauce. Like I'm not gonna order like a taco and be like, no, I want it dry. But I don't want my dish to be like sitting in a puddle of sauce. It's like soggy. Like, have you ever been to like a steak restaurant and you get like steak and the steak has like juices and you have a side of fries and they're sharing a plate and then the juice from the meat is like soaking into your fries? I love that flavor so much. Like I like to dip my fries in it, but if it's just sitting in there and getting soggy, like that sucks. That sucks and I hate it. And I just feel like that's what eating this burrito would be like, because it's just sitting in sauce and your tortilla's getting all soggy mushy. I don't like it. I don't like it. The soggier the better? Okay, well, ew. Do you like your shrimp sauced? Yes? I never had shrimp with like a sauce. Juicy steak is the best thing ever. Steak's just okay. I don't eat it these days. But even when I did, I was quite picky about it. If there's like any little bit of fat anywhere on the steak, it would like ruin the whole thing for me. What if I'm soggy? Well, uh, oh, um, oh yeah. I guess there's some people that like things soggy. Well, Meg, if you're eating cereal, do you want your cereal to get soggy? Cause like that's in my head, it's like the same exact texture. Like you're eating your Frosted Flakes, but there's no crunch. It's just all sog. Yuck. What is top 5 foods? These takes are genuinely perplexing me. I love rice. I love rice so much, but it can't be too saucy. I mean, I'd have to think about it. I don't know what's perplexing. Like, okay, when I'm eating like a taco, or I guess a burrito, if I was eating a burrito, like the tortilla is my favorite part. It's like a nice texture, a nice flavor. And if it's just sogging it up, that sucks. Yeah, I really like rice. I really like rice with soy sauce, but if there's too much soy sauce and then the rice doesn't stick together anymore, then like that kind of sucks. I don't know. I like my things to be like half glazed. I think that's how I would describe it, half glazed. Not a big fan of steak personally. Mashed potatoes though? Start me the fuck up. What? Where are you drawing the line to where mashed potatoes is a replacement for steak? I don't really eat cereal, but when I do, I like it half soggy, half glazed. Half soggy? I guess I like the milk to be sitting in my cereal for like maybe like 2 minutes. So it's not like completely crunchy, but definitely not anywhere near soggy territory. Honeycombs rice carrot pear popsicle. What? Oh my god. No. I do like all of those things, but that's crazy. You make me sound like I'm 5 years old. The tortilla is your favorite part? That's like saying getting a bacon cheeseburger and the bun is the highlight of the experience. I like tortilla. I like tortilla. I mean, I guess like you kind of need all of it, right? Like I'm not I would eat just a plain tortilla, but I'm not just gonna sit there and eat like 3 tortillas and be like, yummy dinner. But yeah, it's pretty good. Can't judge fast food takes. Mine are probably worse. What's the craziest food take you have, Shrimp? I feel like I don't even see my food takes as crazy. Nobody's ever told me that before. This feels pretty regular. Ugh. Not a replacement, but often served together. I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair. I've seen baked potato, but not really mashed. You are 5 years old. Okay, well, the only reasonable conclusion. Bruh. Sometimes the bun is the highlight though. I don't see anything wrong with that statement. No, that's kind of real. If it's like a pretzel bun or like a brioche bun, that's pretty nice. It's pretty nice, I would say. It depends on the sandwich though. Pay 1 bone to create a skeleton in your hand. Guys, I'm cooked. I'm cooked as hell. I love when my buns are the highlight. Okay. So you have highlightable buns, and you're soggy, and you have a floppy radish. Is that is that all correct? At least you got something going for you. Can I tank this? I don't think I can. I think I'm cooked. Ugh. The buns thirst enhance, but they are never the main aspects. While I agree, the bun can make it better or worse. I don't think I don't think it is ever the best part of the entire experience of a burger. Well, I don't know. I'm not much of a burger enjoyer anyway. If it's like a fried chicken sandwich, then like, yeah, the bun's not gonna be the best part. But if it's like anything grilled, or if it's like a burger, then yeah, I feel like that's all bun, you know? Please do not put highlighter on your hamburger buns. It is not fit for human consumption. What if it's made with like all natural materials? Then it's like probably chill, right? I would have to imagine. Coleslaw is tasty and cottage cheese, but I can't stand a lot of chicken. Still eat chicken, but I'm really picky about it. That's fair. That's fair. Sometimes chicken tastes quite chickeny. I personally have got over that, but like I get what you mean. I'm a cottage cheese enjoyer. Oh. There used to be someone at my school who, like, she would show up to the lunch table with cottage cheese and a spoon and just eat that. And, like, I know I'm not a cheese person, so I'm already kind of biased against that. But I don't know. The texture experience of cottage cheese just looks so bad. It looks quite soggy. Cottage cheese kind of underrated. Love me some cottage cheese. I don't know. I can't really speak to it because I never had it, but it just looks wet and not good. I like putting salt on my cottage cheese. Salt on cottage cheese is fantastic. That sounds not good. But, you know, don't let me yuck your yum. Mick likes sog? Yeah, Mick does like sog. I guess that can't really be argued, huh? Dead again. This is so awesome. Black pepper on cottage cheese with some potato chips? Oh. I think if I was ever gonna try cottage cheese, it'd have to be with, like, apple slices or something. Some sort of fruit to make it sweet. Salty cheese does not sound good. It has crazy protein and it tastes good. It's a win. Listen, I'm not gonna stop you from eating cottage cheese with salt on it. I'm just personally not gonna have any. What's wrong with my diet? I think what's wrong is that I have too many things that cost bones and no way to generate bones, maybe. I think. I need more sacrifice type things. Maybe I do need warrens. Um. We'll put 2. Would that help? I don't really know. I miss my squirrels. Melon and cottage cheese can be good? Oh. Melon, huh? Cottage cheese on toast is so good because it makes the toast slightly soggy. Ugh! That sounds horrible. That sounds so bad. Man. Who wants soggy toast? Like, I'll put jam on toast, but it doesn't really make it soggy. If it did, I think that would ruin it quite bad. Roads lead to soggy. I didn't know. I don't know about that one, Chief. Okay, it's not that soggy, it's still crunchy. How could toast be soggy and crunchy? Someone clip the sound of fuzz clang blurk. I'm sorry. Don't make it sound gross. It is gross. Look, she said jam with a dead emoji. Man. Me and Mick going on a dinner date and just roasting the hell out of each other. Peanut butter on toast? Peanut butter is a food of the gods. Perfect food if there ever was one. Okay, well now I feel like I can't say anything because I'm gonna have a dissenting opinion and then everyone's gonna go, oh my god, your food takes are so weird. But peanut butter sucks. I don't really know what to tell ya. Peanut butter, not good. Like, not even a little bit. There's no redeeming qualities of peanut butter. Maybe if it's like crunchy peanut butter, maybe that would be fine. But like, it would have to be so incredibly drowned in jam that I would not be able to taste the peanuts and I would just have the texture. Someone get her a diet that's more than 4 bowls of soy sauce, rice, and 1 carrot. Bro, I don't just eat rice and carrots. I had udon yesterday. I did put carrots in it. It was like a Costco like udon thing that was just like the udon noodles in the sauce and some like dried up veggies like peas and stuff. And I put chicken in it, like chicken thighs, and I put carrots in it. And it was pretty good. It's pretty awesome. PB toast with nanas on top was my go-to breakfast for a bit. Well, at least you had nanas on top. I think that helps. Maybe I can pretend like leapbots are squirrels. Maybe this is fine. Betrayal? Don't mind the peanut shells on the floor. Wait until you find out about boiled peanuts? I've heard of boiled peanuts. I never had one. I don't really... What does that do to the peanut? Does it make it soft? I don't know. I don't know. I would eat a peanut. Like, it's not my favorite, but I would eat a peanut. Or, like, if I'm having trail mix and there's peanuts, like, that's fine. I do really, really, really like peanut M&Ms. I think those are the best types of M&Ms. But, like, you need the sweet. You need the sweet. Peanut butter is not sweet, and that's why it sucks really bad. In my opinion. Okay. You had the same 3 things every time with an occasional burnt salmon? I had burnt salmon one time. Also, I haven't had udon in forever. So I don't know what you're talking about. Boils it? Like sushi likes. I don't see a problem in eating the same food all the time. Like, I guess I do eat lots of similar things. But I don't think it's that bad. I'm not just eating rice every single day. Like, I had spaghetti the day before that. And I probably had chicken katsu somewhere around there. And I probably had tacos somewhere around there. And I probably had Papa John's pineapple pizza somewhere around there. Pretty cool, huh? They're really salty from my memory. I don't know, I was like 9 years old when I had them. I'm allergic now. Like, you gained a peanut allergy? You weren't born with it? I thought that only happened to like little kids. I didn't know you could get a peanut allergy like past 9 years old. How do you even find out about that? You just like eat a peanut one day and then have to go to the hospital? Pizza. Thoughts on sushi? I like sushi. I don't think I've had too many different types of sushi. But I really like the ones with eel. I like eel sushi and I like crab sushi. I think there's one that had like cucumbers and cream cheese and crab. And that was pretty awesome. But I haven't had too much like fish ones. +1 peanut debuff. That's so sad. That's kind of scary that could just happen. Do I pull out a mantis god like knowing it's gonna die? I guess so. I guess that's probably smart. Eel on sushi is so good. I've never had eel like not on sushi, but it's good on sushi. What's the eel sticking its tongue out and saying ah? I hope so. I sincerely hope so. Sarcophagus will grow into a more powerful form. Okay. He grows stronger. Okay, maybe we are fine. I noticed I was just off after eating peanuts. Not like I need to go to the ER, but something wasn't right. Oh, that's good. I'm glad it wasn't like your throat closed up. Need to try that? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's pretty good. I'm satisfied with this point of agreement. I am needed elsewhere. Good luck, folks. My goodness. Goodbye, Tiger. Thank you for... Thank you for your... I don't even know what to call it. Your jurisdiction. Let me inscribe this one. A goofy little fella. I tried that yesterday. It was pretty good. Yeah. Wish I could eat more sushi. It's too anxiety-inducing for me to ever try. What if you, like, made your own? I'm sure you could just, like, get eel meat and get one of those, like, sushi roller things. My friend has one. It's like little bamboo thing, and you put the seaweed down and the rice on it, and you, like... You, like, roll it up. I feel like you'd be able to do that. Thank you for your wisdom, Tiger. Yeah, maybe that's a good word for it. Thank you for your wisdom. I'm a humble shrimp. I love eating raw fish. I haven't had sushi too many times, but I liked the ones that I tried. There's one that I had like crunchy stuff on top, and I don't know what that was, but that stuff was really nice. Imagine being able to just buy it and eat it. Well, yeah, I guess that would be better, but imagine being able to buy it and eat it and then going to the ER over a snack. That would be not ideal. I can barely even have onigiri without making it myself. It's so sad. I don't know if I've ever had that. Is that just like the rice with tuna inside and it's shaped like a triangle? Or is that something else? There's cooked sushi rolls at some places?
Oh, fuck.
Oh. Who are you? I was not listening. Do you miss them? Fear not. I'll give them back, of course. As corpses? Corpses? What is a corpse? What the... okay. Does corpse mean it attacks and then dies? Perhaps. Looks good to me. Yeah. They're the triangle rice bars. Balls that have stuff inside of them. Oh. I don't even know where you would get that. That sounds nice though. Surely it's not that hard to make it yourself if it's just a rice ball, no? I haven't tried onigiri yet. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't either. I like rice though. I'm a big rice enjoyer. Skeleton collapses into a pile of bones. Sarcophagus transcends to a higher form. Man. Okay. Another creature you own dies. Is returned to life and dies again immediately. On the end of the owner's turn, ghost ship will move in the direction it describes and drop a skeleton in its old place. Okay. Is that good. Chicken or salmon ones are quite nice. Chicken? You can put chicken in it? I thought it would just be fish stuff. Who would have thought? I'm dead as hell. I love salmon. I like salmon as well. I wish I knew how to cook it nicely. Perhaps look at your deck is in order. Maybe I do need more cards. I feel like it's doable with what I have. But I didn't know. I didn't know. Salmon is my favorite fish to munch. Yeah, I don't have fish a lot, but I think salmon would be mine as well. I think cod is okay. Is cod what they make fish sticks out of? I think fish sticks are pretty nice. I haven't had them in a long time, but I ate a lot as a kiddo. Okay, maybe Mantis God is not the move, because he's got a dog. I think the dog is kind of problematic. Hmm. I don't know what a Mox card is. Skella Magus' owner controls no Mox card. Skella Magus perishes. Okay. Played and found more stuff. Sigh. I don't know where else I would even go. Because this person doesn't want to work. And like, I get it. I feel her. Look, you seem like a fine enough player, so I'll fill you in a bit. These scribes are crazy out here. Always at each other's necks. Desperate struggle for power, you know? Just stay out of it. You don't want to end up like them. Okay. Cod is good, especially for fish and chips. Where my UK where my UK homies at? I think I only had fish and chips once, but it was pretty nice. I don't think I love the sauce that they give you with it. I think they should let you have barbecue sauce with fish and chips. Whenever someone mentions the UK, I think of the Aldi Christmas rat. What? What? I haven't been to Aldi in so long. What is the Aldi Christmas rat? Are you saying, like, is the rat from the UK or... Please send a pic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Brandon. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. There's a little dock by Leshy's cabin on the overworld map. This? Oh! Yo! You picked the clover leaf from the stem. I love clovers. It's only for sale in the UK, I think. Aldi sells a rat? Oh. I was thinking the Christmas rat was like a mascot or something. Wow, the more you know. Truly. Truly. Salmon. At the end of the owner's turn, salmon will move in the direction described. Goodness, salmon mention. What is that creature? Look at that schnoz. Okay, well you can't be that excited about it. I'm gonna I'm gonna get you open Discord. Let me look at this rat. Let me look at this rat. Is this a character from something, or did Ollie just make that? It looks so it looks so familiar. Um, what is this from? Is there like a Wallace and Gromit style movie with a rat in it? I thought about going to the UK just to buy it. Sadly, I'm broke. They won't ship it to the US for you. This is so incredibly messed up. I think you deserve an Aldi Christmas rat. Okay. I don't even know what cards would help me. To the UK to buy that? Goodness, start swimming. Hmm. Oh, hey, you got past Leshy. I did. I did. I'm struggling though. Unlurks a Christmas what? I just went to get coffee. Here, let me download this image and show it. For those of you on mobile. um, rat. Okay, hold on. That's Monsley. Don't look at that. That's not right. Um, hold on. Hold on. Hold on so patiently. Where'd it go? Rat. Okay, here you go. This is the Christmas rat. Courtesy of Retail Shrimp. I hope you liked it. Looks familiar, like something from the Muppets. Oh, maybe that's it. I don't know, but I swear I've seen that rap before. Perhaps, maybe. Can you heap the rat on screen for the whole stream under the chat box so it's behind you? Yeah, I can. I feel I feel like that's so goofy. Oh wait, I lost it. Hold on. No, hold on. I got it. Don't worry. Like that. Okay, there you go. This part can be pretty rough, but fortunately it's a lot more generous with losing than Leshy's part. Yeah, I'm stuck on Grimora? I don't remember her name. Something like that. I'm having a bit of trouble with her. It looks like Rizzo from the Muppets. Hold on, let me look up Rizzo. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Rizzo is suffering. Oh, it does look like Rizzo. That might have been what I was thinking of. You got the same weird little schnoz. This is perfect. I love being pandered to rat style. Little rat for my little rats. Maybe if I draw perfectly, I can get it. Oh, see, this is a lot better than it was before. Okay, we'll put him there. And put him here. And we'll let my leap bot die. Okay. Since there's a Muppet Show revival, do you think they'll make the joke about Rizzo having Riz? I'm gonna be honest with you, I did not even know there was a Muppet Show revival. Is it using like the actual Muppets puppets? Like is it official? That's kind of awesome. 2 to increase. Okay, wait. This thing's gonna die. I should have thought about that. Is it pronounced Rizzo? I read that as Rizzo. Rizzo? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, like, what language Rizzo is, but why would there be a T? There might be a T. I'm sure they say it. I haven't seen that many Muppets things, so I'm probably not the one to ask. Yeah, the Jim Henson puppets are making a comeback, and it's kind of hilarious. Mrs. Piggy has a bottled water, and Kermit comments, Piggy, this water says it has calories on it? What? I heard about it, and yeah, I think it's the puppets, which is awesome. Wait, that is awesome. That's kind of surprising. Wasn't Miss Piggy, like, at the Game Awards? I was watching a friend stream the Game Awards, and I swear Miss Piggy was on there. I wasn't paying that much attention, but I'm like 80% confident that was real. Man, I don't want a double gunner yet. Sorry, I'm eating... I'm eating chicken nuggets, don't mind me. I think I'm gonna die for real. Jeff fucked Miss Piggy? She was on there? Oh, okay. Oh, understandable. Have a nice day. I only know about it from someone who said Sabrina Carpenter should be a guest, because her and Miss Piggy would have so much fun. That would be really cutesy. I kind of love that for her. Binding? Oh, sorry. Look at the rat. Every time I take a bite, look at the rat. Don't pay attention to me. Ah, let me describe this one. Dead as hell. Maybe I'm doing too many things. Maybe we get rid of all the sacrifice cards and just have little guys. Why does this one cost 3? If it's the same stats as this one, it just doesn't move. Looking at the rat and pretending the chewing noises are coming from it. You got a fish, right? Can't you do the angler? Oh. He just wanted a card of a fish? Is that real? Okay. Well, I guess let's see if he wants my salmon. Yes? Oh. I thought it would be like the hound where he wants a for real fish. Hmm. He's so... I'm sure he has a great personality. No fish, no pass. How do I give him a fish? Maybe it can't be in my deck. He doesn't want my salmon. He's a hater for real. Yo! What is that? Got a bucket. Place the photo of bait on the line? Yeah. Oh, cute! Oh, I guess he's just stuck there. the screen to the right. There you go. Oh, thank you, Jibby. There's fishing, game of the year. Doesn't game of the year have to be like a game that came out that year or no? Fish, fresh fish, good. Still, must be. Deck bad. Need cards. Oh, sorry. My bad, gang. Shut up, man. Oh my god, sorry. Um, is this fine? Maybe this is fine. Hold on, Scylla is fighting me for my chicken nuggets. I'm gonna take an ad break and maybe remove her from the premise. I'll be so right back. You can look at baby sensor though. Can't believe he's a fish station. Fish station. Fish is a lifestyle. What? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means at all. Sorry, I didn't have Google Chrome open. Oh my god. Wait, this baby sensor is kind of going crazy sicko mode. If I can find where Google Chrome is. Here you go. I hope you like it. I'll be right back.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room, and heaven and nature sing. In heaven,
Wow, this is interesting. Did you like it? Do you like it? It's like their mouth is a nose. It's gross. They're not even 3D. Baby is watching this. It was the first result. It was literally the first result. Listen. They do have same face syndrome, but you know, at least the music was bussin', right? Right? You liked it, right? We had 5 likes. It was the top. It was the top suggested thing. I don't really know what you want from me. I just clicked what was at the top. Only the best for you guys. It wasn't. Commissioning shrimp to draw a baby sensory fruit? Wait, that'd be kind of awesome. I don't really know. I don't know what that mean. Like, is it just 3D fruit with a face on it or what? I looked at the Aldi rap while Gangnam Style was playing. Um, well, we can do that next ad break if you want. Christmas sensory vibe sounds like a porn bit. Listen, listen. It was the top result. I don't know. It's not like I sought that out for you. It was just there. And I'm feeling like you're maybe not being super appreciative of the content that I'm giving you. Okay, Aware, I see that you redeemed ad time. However, comma, even if I wanted to, I literally cannot play another ad for at least 4 minutes. You're gonna have to remind me. You're gonna have to remind me in a bit. So gone wrong. Yo! Why am I getting bugged? Listen, listen. I, man, I don't know what you want from me. What if in 4 minutes we Ratman style what? Oppa Ratman style? Do you think this rat is a man? How old do you think this rat is? Because I was thinking it was maybe a scrungly teenager. Oh my goodness, it's so nice to not have a dog thing. Okay. Okay, we're going places. Yippee! That rat is 2.77 years old in human years. My tail's in the way. I want to look at its nose. I don't know. I think it has. I think if you look into his eyes, like, he's seen more things than a 2-year-old should have seen. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he's at least hit the 8 years old mark. This is no adolescent rat. He's seen plenty of cheese. Fooled by his glamorous Christmas trip. I guess it's glamorous in a way. Yippee! Yeah. Foils gained. Oh, wait, that is way easier than the little magic guy. You beat, you pass. First take. Yeah. Wow, another mantis god. This is so awesome. He has Ed Sheeran monkey ears. Yeah, he does. Does that make you like him more or less? Find fish for Leshy. Okay. Rat hits adulthood pretty quick. This is human years. Yo, look at that. Oh, am I supposed to kill it? I don't really want to. I kind of like this dog thing. Patches of dried blood crackled. Ew. As you pried the chest open. But 2 packs were inside. Oh my goodness, I watched Frankenstein yesterday. That one was quite bloody, I will say. It was like a little hard to watch, but it was really good. I feel like there was good philosophy in that one. I would recommend watching it, but you just have to close your eyes whenever things are going down. Oh, I feel bad. Is that Chapper in the Woods? I hope I can be the muscle mage one day. Who would win, muscle mage or meat mage? More mantis gods. I do quite like mantis god. As long as there's not like a dog bloodhound on the board. Is this mean? I feel like this is mean, but maybe it won't hurt it that bad. Ah ha ha. I really like this art style. It's quite cutesy. Muscle Mage is giving WWE teacher? What's mage about a WWE teacher? With a thin bizzle. Oh. Maybe he can sense that it's there. It's the energy? Okay. I guess I believe you. Is it a Pell? No, wait, that little guy was just bouncing around. That's so mean. Oh well. Do you want this? I see you have a photo of a pelt. The trader next door may desire it. Boy, yeah, dies cutely. Kind of real. You have brought a pelt. I am pleased. Yet another turn of the skinning knife. It is time to set another trap. Ugh. I smell the hare's blood on you. Oh. Why are you fighting me? I thought that was good. Good. Did he say good, or are you just saying good? Oh. Does this redry your hand? Wait, that's so slay. I love mulligan in card games. You do? An empty space would be struck. Brewing trap will move to that space to strike. To receive the strike. Instead... Okay, and it also has, like, poison. Why did it... Oh, it moved over for the mantis. Oh, I see. I get it. Okay, I think I'm cooking. Ring trap digs and pops out. It's a block. Okay. Ah! It's fine, it's chill. Man, this guy sucks eggs. Got nothing on me. Yippee! The trap has shut, yet the prey escapes. And the trapper waits for the next victim. You defeated the three of us now. 3? The three of who? Leshy awaits. Okay. It's almost like you should have been here instead of with Scurvy Guy. I didn't know I could have gone fishing. Also, I like the look of the Scurvy Guy. Also, if I didn't go over there, I wouldn't be a little robot-looking fella. So I think what I did was probably correct. You had bested the unhinged prospector, the gormless angler, the enigmatic trapper. I don't know what gormless means, but if I ever get called that, I'm gonna explode. I hope I'm so full of Gorm. You found yourself standing before your ultimate match, Leshy, Scribe of Beasts. Your ambition is to replace Poe, PO3? Good. Though if you do not defeat me, you will not get that chance. Steel yourself, for my beast will show you no mercy, only fangs. Gormless is a formless form? Are you telling me that Gorm is a synonym for form? Dumb. It's like a dullard that just slimps over. So like spineless would be a synonym for Gormless? Or is dullard and dumb... Is that something else? I don't know, but I hope I'm full of Gorm. More like an amoeba! Oh. That's crazy. Yeah, I hope that's never me. Do not spare your creatures. My camera is waiting to capture them at the moment of their demise. And my beasts are famished. What? Smoobatage moment? Smoobatage. Smoobatage? Baby Ruth Sloth from the Goonies? Who else? Ooh, I have not seen the Goonies. I know that's like a classic one, but that one is not in my brain. His beasts are quite little. I'll need a photo of that one's cost. Huh. It's okay, my parents have seen the Goonies, so yeah. It's a bit of an older movie, isn't it? I always used to get the Sandlot and the Goonies like mixed up. But then I saw the Sandlot, so I know that one. Does that count for something? One moment. Before that one dies, I'll need to capture its stats. Oh. And finally, the sigils. We got a one sacrifice 1/1 with blocking flying stuff. That's really not too bad to deal with, I don't think. I think that's pretty regular. Parents, meaning it's old. Oh, sorry. I thought it was a typo. Yo, thanks, Shrimp. Oh my goodness, thank you for the hydrated stretch, Shan. Thank you. What? Thanks, I guess. Happy Monday. Bro. Thank you. You won't be needing those. I have something better. Oh. I thought he was gonna play off my cards. You must like them. Do the stitch work as my own. They are your cards. Now we put them to the test. My beasts enjoy a varied diet. Oh. That would have been so much better if they got the Mantis God cleave thingy. Oh well. I mean, they're just 1/1s, right? It's not horrible. What is that? Mole Man will block a An opposing creature bearing the airborne sigil, and it moves around. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. Looks good to me. Oh my goodness, hi B! Oh, I hope you're doing so well. I hope your classes are going so well. Oh, I guess the mole man doesn't have any attacks, so maybe it's not that bad. Yo! Never mind, this is messed up. Water boy. Okay. Okay, check this out. We're going crazy sicko mode. I don't know what to do about that grizzly. Like, that just kind of sucks, I guess. Yippee! Yippee, yippee! Oh, can I not... Can I not exhume this forever and ever? Ugh. I guess it's fine. I guess it's chill. Youch. Maybe if it's just the grizzly, like, everything will be chill. When another creature you own dies, it is returned to life and dies again immediately. Okay. Excess damage? I win? I win or it has another health bar? The great scribe was incredibly bested. Far away, a light enveloped a long-forgotten monument. Yo, that was easy. He sucked an egg. Yay! Oh. You had triumphed, nearly avoiding tooth and claw. The scribe beast was defeated. Why is he talking about himself in third person? That you were able to defeat me beggars belief. But now I must yield to you. My only regret is that our battle was so brief. Surely the summit of victory is made sweeter by a more arduous ascent. Yeah, that's low-key maybe true. He just flopped over, Gormless style. Do you pick the beast faction? No! I picked the robot one. I'm a sucker for robots really bad. Field mice. Cat. I haven't done anything with these mage cards. We just ignore those. So many mantis gods, oh my goodness. Pharaoh's pets is counted as 3 blood rather than 1 blood. Also, when it's sacrificed, it does not perish. Oh. That seems really good. Oops on mantis gods. Is it RNG or is it like predetermined what cards will be rewarded? Battery low. What? Stop. What is that? I feel like a dog with something in my mouth. It's RNG? Oh. I guess Mantis God can tell that it's my favorite card in the whole game. It's so flattered. You're like, we gotta give her 6 of them. I had to see your face after you lost. You're just so bad. It's no wonder we're back here again. And we would have been even sooner if the disc wasn't lost. Take a long look at this face, because you'll never see it again. Oh my goodness. Our little stout? Little creature. I'm done being your pet, you stinking beast. Yeah, you tell him. I don't really know what their issue is, but I'm glad that he's standing up for himself. I like that there's a squirrel or something that peeks up from his desk. Oh, I haven't seen a squirrel. Oh! Wait, it's not a squirrel. It has like a little pink nose. That's so cute. I pushed it too far that last time. Why don't they see? To live as a beast would be the noblest thing. Even so lowly a creature as a stoat. Dang. Interesting lore. All mantis gods and skeletons would be broken? Would it be? I do have 6 of them. I think that's a good ratio. I want to see the critter again. Look, it like goes snip snip. That's so awesome. Okay. I think I did everything here. I don't know if the fellas have any dialogue after you beat them. Unless you want good fish. Best fish. Corrupted fish. I think that's about the same. Okay. Oh, the person got back to work. Yahoo! Time to murder the ugly undead lady. Ugly. Look at her. Surely 6 mantis guards is good. What about a squirrel ball? Is that good? Is squirrel ball the same as pirate ship, but for squirrels? I think it is. Is she not? Well, she might be. That might be real. But, you know, maybe that's kind of... Maybe she's like pretty on the inside, you know? My goodness, hi Sean. Thank you for the 3-stream streak. And the hydrate. That's so kind of you. Nah. Oh, I like her. When her things die, she's like, I gotta write that down. And I think that's kind of awesome. I like her quill. Skillamagus emoji? No, Aware, what does that mean? Is this the face you're hitting right now? You got your hand out, your little fingers pointing with a big smirk on your face. That's sort of awesome. I don't know what else would go here. Uh. The noise that plays is like the first note of Cyber City, and that's always what I think of. What kind of moose? I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't even got a moose. So, like, it might just be cooked. Mouseless activities. Okay, what about Squirrel Ball? Thoughts on Squirrel Ball? What about the new card, that sacrifice one? The Pharaoh's Pet one? The problem with this mage, like undead lady, is that she's got a bloodhound. And so like I feel like there's not a whole lot of opportunities to sacrifice things, because anytime you put something down, it's like gonna die immediately. Well, I guess unless you can afford to play like multiple things on the same turn. I don't know. I don't know if I got that sauce though. I also don't know where it is. This one? Are oboes good? Play the pharaoh first, and then something else second, so it moves to the other thing. And you can infinite sack. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you're cooking there. You don't like my squirrel ball? If we could infinite sacrifice, then these would be good. Nice balls, thank you. I get that a lot. Okay. Okay. The womp. Womp indeed. These are like essentially free. They would be good to sacrifice, or at least turn into bones. Oh, maybe Adder would be good for the dog. I don't know. I don't know if that's balanced at all. I did not really look at the prices. Another on guard. I like your little blush things. I think she just has an unfortunate ear to head ratio. But she's not necessarily ugly. Okay. Man, this is like the same thing. What kind of mulligan was that? She's a scribe of the dead. God, Granny for the win. That's kind of awesome. I think out of all of them, I like her personality the best. I haven't really talked much to the last one. What are the options? There's PO3, there's Leshy, there's this one. And I don't know. I don't know who the last one is. But out of those three, I like this one the best. She's the nicest. The others are pushy jerks. Yeah. I like PO3 though. That's my homie. That's my homie. Magnificus, Scribe of Magics. I'm cooked! Okay, Stunted Wolf. Oh, when I was playing the first act, I liked the wolf. They seemed quite, like... I don't know. They seemed quite helpful and reserved. They didn't seem super pushy. Man, this sucks. want my snake. What if I give up? Ahaha. Life, death, life, death. The cycle continues. I think this is better. I feel like the studio called it Magic so they wouldn't get sued by Magic the Gathering or something. I mean, like the spelling. I feel like Magic the Gathering doesn't have a like the copyright of the word magic, right? Wouldn't that be kind of crazy? Maybe I need more like free stuff. Cause like even if I play Mantis God, I need something to play after it. That's not gonna cook me so bad. Same problem happened with Power World and Pokemon? Oh. I'm not really familiar with that at all. I know Power World like had some really similar stuff to Pokemon, but I didn't know there was like any sort of lawsuits. Power World 1, yippee! Magic has so many spellings like magic, magic, magic. I have never seen magic with the ick at the end of the CK. That looks so unusual. I want to play Power World with you so bad. I don't know. I remember when it first came out and everyone was like, "Ugh, Foss, you would love this game. You love little critters." But I watched like gameplay of it and it's like you have to turn the little critters you caught into a gun. You have to use them as resources and kill them, and so I was like, I'm never gonna play that. I don't think. I don't want to turn the little guys into guns. I just want to pet them. Oog, I'm sorry. I feel bad. I feel bad for the little creatures. Dreams crushed. Uh, uh, um, uh, uh, um, uh. We aren't playing Pal World? You can just pet them? Is that real? I don't know. I was told that if you want to progress, you have to, like, use them and, like, force them to do manual labor. And then when they can't do manual labor, you skin them and use them as a gun. I'm being dramatic on purpose, but it was something like that. Okay, maybe this will be fine. Youch! Oh, it's not fine. Okay, wait, hold on. Man, I want everything to be in like a specific order. Maybe Mantis God only works if you have things. Okay, maybe get those ones out of here. Maybe we put skeletons in. Can't be sacrificed. Sigh. Hi, Lurius. Happy Monday. Nya, 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 nya. Wait, maybe Squirrel Ball is good. Because the worst case scenario, get 2 bones from it. You do have to sacrifice something, though. I don't know. I don't know. But surely that's better. Again, you try. I'm beginning to tire. But I must still acquiesce. Oh. She's getting mad at me for being bad at the game. Just shopping to make sure you're good. Thank you. I am very good. I hope you are too. Okay. Is this chill? I wish it was like Hearthstone where you could like choose which ones to keep and reroll the rest. Oh, that's much better. Okay. Okay, we're doing things. And it's going pretty well. Powerworld is getting a farming spin-off. Will you play that? I don't know. I do like farming. I like games where you can have plants. I think that's pretty awesome. But I don't know. I would definitely have to look into it. Okay, I got 2 Mantis Gods, so maybe it's fine. And there's no more Bone Hound? Maybe we're chilling. No, it's okay. I don't even like Pal World or whatever. Listen, I'd have to look into it. Man, RIP all your cards. They don't even do any damage anymore. I'm like, Sora, I'm a Pal World enjoyer. Well, I mean, listen, I know people like it. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I just don't know if it's for me. I mean, I had such a good starting hand too. It's okay. This time, surely. This is so cooked. Don't take what I'm saying so seriously. Do you not like Power World then? I didn't know there was a serious way to take that. Uh, um, uh. Okay, this is cinema, I think. They mean business? Sorry, it was not clocking to me that you were standing on business. My mistake, chieftain. Shoot. Okay. Bonehound dead. No matter, death is never final. That one will be back in no time. And I hope not. No matter, death is never final. Live again. Okay. If only you had a pharaoh. Man, there's a pharaoh somewhere in here. I just couldn't tell you where exactly. No, but look. 2 mantis guys, that goes crazy. And then I'm gonna win the game, but then it's gonna be like, psych, those are going back to your hand. And also, they do 0 attack. And now you don't have any attack and you're cooked. And also I hate you. Ugh. You may decide how to use the corpses. Interesting. Look, I have a squirrel ball. That's cool, right? This still work? Okay, wait. Look. And then I just win, I think. I think this is enough. Excess damage. Surely it doesn't happen again. Oh. Oh dear. Oh, thank goodness. Ouya Ruli? Yeah, that was kind of a banger. I only put that in there for the pharaoh. And then I didn't even draw the pharaoh, so I guess that was cool. Like, you're... Yup. Yeah, mine was not flying, unfortunately. I'm sorry to disappoint. You really defeated me. I was not expecting that. Your ambition is to replace PO3, but, well, between you and I, there will come an opportunity to change your mind. And I beg that you spare me. Take these, then go. I would spare her. Look at her. She asked so nicely. What is that? Gravedigger. That's the name of a monster truck. Did you know that? Dead hand display. Discard your hand and draw a new hand of 4 cards. That is so nice. Okay. Bone heap. Frank and Stein. That's cutesy. Battery low. Oh. Oh. Wow. I'm feeling inspired. Huh? Oh. The camera turned off and then turned back on. Lore time. Oh my goodness. Do you use this Palacho? Mm-hmm. I think so.
I think I've just got to send it.
Have we
To whom it may concern. It's a bit formal. Hello there! Exclamation point.
Oh, he's just like
My
me.
name is Luke Carter and I'm a fan of your collectible card games. If you've ever taken a look at my YouTube videos, you will know how appreciative I am of the merch that you've sent me over the years.
Oh.
So it was a great surprise to learn that there is a digital version of Inscryption.
Oh my
I think
god.
maybe one of my fans pranked me and buried a copy in the woods near my house. Upon further research, however, I have not been able to find any record of this game. Is this some kind of elaborate hoax?
Wait, he got a sponsorship. That's so slay. Or at least he's on their PR list.
Any trace of this game? Is this some kind of elaborate hoax? The game doesn't seem like the work of a prankster. It at least appears professionally made. I am both puzzled and excited by this discovery. Any information you can provide would be much appreciated. Thank you, the Lucky Carter. Okay, good enough. Sent.
Bro needs a haircut. Does he?
I think I've just got to send it.
Nuh-uh.
To whom it may concern.
His hair is like short. What are you talking about? Also, why did he record himself writing an email?
Hey card gamers, I'm the Lucky
That's something
Carter,
I would
and
do.
this Well, it's a bit of a strange video. It's actually more of a question to my audience. As I've learned over the years, nobody knows card games better than you guys do, so I'm hoping someone can help me out here. Did anyone ever play an Inscryption video game? Or hear about it? I'm talking about that vintage one-set card game I opened packs for last week. I don't know what I'm allowed to say. I don't want to get in any trouble here.
He's so nervous.
I think I've got the only known copy of the digital version of Inscryption. I've been filming myself playing it, and it's weird, guys. I don't want to get in any hot water by showing the footage, but can someone please prove me wrong? Please tell me someone has a copy of this game. I have been looking online for days, and I cannot find a word about it. I reached out to the publishers, hoping maybe they would get back to me, but as a fallback, I got you beautiful viewers.
Oh my god!
Hopefully dig up something.
I'm beautiful.
That's it. That's the video today, guys. Thank you so much, as always. And, oh yeah, what the fuck is the card?
Huh? Oh, I don't really like that. Bro needs a new shirt. His shirt and his hair is fine. You needed a way to show he sent an email to Game Funa. No, I understand, like, this is the format that they're, like, giving us information in. But I think it's so funny to be like, okay, guys, I'm writing an email. Does anyone know what this says? He just said, your radish is looking very healthy. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, I've been moisturizing.
Mr. Carter,
I like that this is Minecraft font.
Of our intellectual property Inscryption. I can assure you that no such software exists in any official form. However, if you have indeed come into possession of proprietary Game Funa hardware, you are compelled to return it to us under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. The hardware will be considered stolen if it is not returned to us within a reasonable time frame.
They
Please
said
carefully
give it
package
back.
the hardware and paste the attached shipping label to the front of the box. You may mail the package at a local post office. We would like to avoid taking legal action in your case, so please do not delay in returning the proprietary software.
Interesting.
Sincerely, Game Funa, Customer Happiness Department.
Customer Happiness Department. That's so
What the
awesome.
fuck?
The code says radish. Or something, I don't know. No, I think you're right. I think you're onto something. Oh, man, I love that noise. Wait, do it again. It sounds like mice having a party. Like, if a mouse was to, like, have a rave, this is what would play. I like it quite a bit. 10/16, that's my mom's birthday. Party.mp #.
I think this woman's
Real.
actually
Oh.
from Game Funa. She came to my door yesterday, and I didn't answer.
What the?
This time I'm gonna record it.
This is so sus.
Hi!
Hi there. I'm floppy disk for a game called Inscryption. I was told you came by a copy of it somehow.
I hope he gets ganked. I don't.
No, I don't know anything about that. Inscryption, you said?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Really? Because apparently you emailed us about it. You are Luke Carter, right?
Oh.
You know the luckycarter@gmail.com?
Yeah, you know what?
Oh,
That's,
yeah, I would email him.
I am Luke Carter, but that's not my email address.
Really? Because I just noticed because I've seen your videos.
Oh!
I'm a big fan.
Well, thanks for watching. Listen, how'd you know where I live, exactly?
Oh my god.
My boss gave me your address.
And how did you get past the side gate? It's locked.
Okay, Luke.
Uh,
I'm going to give you my business card.
that's so
And If you
scary.
remember anything at all, feel free to give me a call. Okay?
Will do. Take care.
Sus? Yeah, that is really sus. Getting good progress. Also, like, I get if you find a cool thing and you're like curious about it, and like you're the one who found it, like you don't want to give it back like that. That sucks, but I feel like it's not that deep. I would just, I feel like I would just give it back. Yo! Okay. Where the fuck is my juggler? Messing with the side gate, apparently. Clap, clap, clap.
Hey there,
It
card
does sound
gamers!
like clap,
I'm
clap,
the Lucky
clap.
Carter, and this is another pack opening video.
He could have tried to copy
Today
the
I'm
game.
opening
That's
Secrets of
true.
Legendaria. Hoping
That's
for
true.
that
I
sweet,
don't
sweet
know
foil Valamir.
why he's going about it this way. Oh my god. He's losing it. I don't think he cares about giving it. It just sounds like they're being weird and he says to them and not doing it. I guess that's fair. But like, why do you care if they're being sus? Like, it's not like he made it. So why does he want to keep it so bad? I'd be like, yeah, you can have this scary game I found in the woods. I don't want it. Flap, flap, flap. That's so nice. Huh. Do you think he died? What? Why are we back here? Okay. Mm. I don't want to fight that guy. I like his aesthetic. I'll save him for last. What the? Pretty. Maybe you'll find out if you finish the game. I hope it's me. I hope I'm the lucky Carter. And also that dead. I hope we die at the end. Clap, clap, clap. That's so nice. Plus 2025. Well, it is. I don't know what you want from me. I think it's a good ASMR sound. I think this part is my fave part of the game. For puzzles and music and joy. Let me turn it up a little. He didn't die, he's an all-day rat animatronic. I think that's a fate worse than death, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think that sounds terrible. The note reads, "Greetings. If you are reading this, it must be because you wish to challenge me, Magnificus, to a card battle. But in order to earn that privilege, you must first defeat my 3 graduate students. As for their whereabouts, that is for you to discover. Sincerely, Magnificus." Graduate students. He's like a professor, huh? A strange monocle. You put it on. Yo! I look so awesome. The note reads, "Greetings. Oh wait, maybe those are important. A skull. And a wing and a skull. Okay. He's a magic one, right? Magic teacher or something, surely. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be a teacher. But that's pretty nice. Door locked. The inside of the chest is covered in a sticky green goo. But you find a card pack. Yo! Wait, this looks awesome. Oh, another pharaoh pet. I feel like I should learn how these mages work. I've been kind of avoiding that. Well, Garanti's Mox is on the board. It provides a green gem to its owner. Also provides an orange gem. Rare! Yippee! I don't know what a Mox card is. I need the teacher to tell me what's going on. You wish to trade? Not really. Goodbye. Collected cards? Oh. Oh, I'm missing so many. Wait. I'm slacking. In the back, your little sprite has big boba eyes. Yo! That's so cute. One foil and we can buy Ouroboros? Is that from Leshy? Yeah, but what about... Have you considered 6 Mantis Gods? Have you considered that? I think you should really consider that. I do like Ouroboros, though. Big snake enjoyer. Maybe I have to go to PO3's area. It seems like this is a bit locked. Drinks cutely. Man. Oh. Oh, yippee! Oh, wow. This reminds me of being puppy cat. Oh. Ugh! The pain is unbearable. My organs are melting. Do you see? Magnificus turned me into... Ugh! You for my final exam. I just need to defeat one more challenger. Then I will earn my rightful place. Gooberts? Flabinus Floop? I didn't know it was painful to have your organs gooped up. This kinda sucks. At least he's got a cool hat on. My rightful place in the deck of the master as one of his prized cards. He's doing all this to become a card? Magnificus turned me into a pickle and Pickle Rick? I don't know. I don't think pickles are so goopy. Ugh. Nothing will stop me. I wonder what his goop card does. Emerald Mox is on board. It provides a green gem to its owner. What do the gems do? Power of green mage is equal to the number of green gems the owner has on their side of the table. Oh. So they're like ants. Pickle jelly? Ugh. That would be relish then? Oh. That is upsetting. Wonderful. Oh, I did not think about that dying. It's okay. I need to nap so bad, but I can't miss this. Yo, why did you not nap at 3 a.m.? What the hell? It's okay, just take a nap. Nobody will know if you take a little nap. Surely. Does this get rid of the gem? Oh, I guess it does. These guys are like ants. I don't really like ants. You and 16 other people will know. Well, Yeah, I don't know what to tell ya. Now that you said that you need to take a nap, maybe it's kind of obvious if you stop talking. But if you didn't say anything and just quietly stopped talking, you know, surely would everyone would just think you were doing chores or something. I can't be missing Luke getting ganked. Oh man. Poor Luke. Oh, nobody even reminded me about the ad time that Aware redeemed 1 hour ago. I'm so sorry, Aware. We can have a Gangnam Style monkey ad after I kill this guy dead. Yippee! I got so many foils. No, please. Please. Just tell the master I passed. He won't know the difference. Here, take this pack. I'm a sucker for please. If Master Ganji's owner controls no Mox card, Master Goranji perishes. Okay. That would work on me? Yeah. That's kind of real. Here, I can open the door for you. Urgh. Oh my god, thank you. Arg! Aware, are you here? I would hate to do the thing if you're not even here. Attendance check. Raise your hand if you are Aware NPC 1. It's cooked. It's so cooked. Oh. The dummy stares lifelessly back at you. Then suddenly, it springs into motion. Oh. If a creature with attack force mage, it does not. What? Interesting. I mean, I guess that's good if it gets buffed, but a 0-1, I feel like that's not too useful. Man, where's my little pharaoh at? Cooked as hell. Practice mage leaves a ruby mox in its place. Mox? A ruby mox is on the board. It provides an orange gem. At the end of the owner's turn, ruby mox will move in the direction inscribed, and it pushes. Okay. That's not so bad. Yippee! You ask where the pharaoh is, but have you checked within the Millennium Puzzle? Millennium Puzzle? Lando, what does that mean? The dummy's hinges creak back into position, and it returns to its lifeless stare. What the fuck is a puzzle? Yo, I love puzzles. I have a puzzle board. My mom bought a puzzle board, and then she was like, "I don't ever use this. I only bought this in case you came to visit, so you can have it." And it's like this big table thingy with like little drawers, and it spins, and you do puzzles on it, and it's awesome. Us doesn't know Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh, wait, it's here. Wait, we can take the ad break now. Batman style. That's lovely. Alright, if you're not subscribed, you're missing out big time, I guess. Check this shit out. Hold on, I gotta cue the song. Hold on, I'm queuing. You have to wait. No! I'm so sorry. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I gotta take the picture. It's from over here. You take this. And we're gonna put it here. Okay. I feel like I don't want to be on the screen for this. Is that is that regular? Okay, are you listening? Are you listening? Do you like it? Don't be shy. I'm feeling a little shy. Is that? This is the UK Aldi Christmas rat. Do you like do you do you like him? You can twin. Mm, I don't know where I'd find a hat that's stripy like that. It's okay. I'll just sit here respectfully. Why is everybody summoned out of their lurk? Please go back to whatever you were doing. What did I do this stream? Listen, this was a special request. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Just please listen to Gangnam Style. Summoned by the rat. We're getting into the true meaning of Christmas, I think. Mhm. Mhm. Do you think this rat likes Gangnam Style? This is so awesome. This is so awesome. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you guys got to experience this with me. Shirley, thank you to Siphon for sure. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hey, sexy lady, subs only. Wow. What a party. This is so awesome. He seems like a New Face fan. Oh, I don't think I've heard New Face. I think Gangnam Style is my favorite song from him. Just because it's so catchy, but I really like Gentleman. Song request. Okay. I'm finding it. I'm finding it. It's queued up, although I will say the ad break is over now, so we I don't think we can be here anymore. Can you make it seems a little yeah. I don't know. Is this good? Do you like him? Gentleman is an all-time banger. That's so real. I don't know what other songs he's made, but all the ones I've heard have been good. Now everyone can enjoy. Oh yeah. This is so awesome. Um I mm, yep. This is why I can't nap. No, this is like this is your ASMR for when you take a nap. This will help your dreams, I think. Wow. That was so awesome. Thank you for joining me on this beautiful journey. Oh my god. Are the sound alerts super loud or is it just for me? Wait, this is kind of eating, I'm not gonna lie. Perfect background sound while I run playing Roblox. Wait, what Roblox are you playing? Are you on Dress to Impress? Or are you a different Roblox? They're louder than usual? I don't know why they are. I wonder if I can fix. Oh my god, thank you so much. That's so awesome. I'll turn it down a little bit. Okay, maybe that helped. Don't spam all of them. Oh my god. We're so cooked. We're so good. I'm playing Beef Fish. Was an IO game? Oh. I think the only EO games I played is Slither AO and that tank one. And I think that's it. The tank one is not as fun. Everyone who says the tank one is better is a liar and is just not whimsical enough for little snakes, in my opinion. This is so good. Fish is a lifestyle? Just be fish, that's it? Fish is a lifestyle? Oh. I guess I don't be knowing. I guess I'm not in the know. Like, do you like swim around? Do you eat fish flakes? Are you an ocean fish or a sweetwater fish or like a pet fish? Can't believe he's a fish station. I don't know what that means. Fish station on. Yeah, man. Oh. My goodness. I haven't played Roblox in so long. Sorry, I'm fixing all my audio stuff. Okay. Okay. Can be either. You unlock more fish. Yo, wait, what kind of fish are you right now? Are you a big fish? I feel like you'd be one of those like really ancient fish. They're really cool ones. Playing with my nieces yesterday and accidentally just kept playing. Oh, that's so real. Hey, we want some new fish. What kind of fish would everybody be? I'm a zebra shark. Yo, that's so lovely. That's so lovely. I think I want to be. Wow, that was beautiful. That was so nice. Oops. None of that. That's for later. Thank you for the song recommendation. I think I'd be one of those guppies that has like the pretty tails. Me when I'm a swordfish. Caw. Caw. Why are you cawing? Is that the sound a swordfish makes? Master Orlu. Airborne, and when he damages a card directly, draw a card for each damage dealt. That seems like it'd be really good. Bubble, 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 guppy, guppy, guppy. Wow, thank you for that. Didn't Bubble Guppies have a collab with someone? I don't remember. Ah! Darn it. Don't cry, I'm just a fish. I feel like I would cry over a fish. It depends on the situation. But like I could see that event occurring. Oh. I noticed there is sigils on these cards, but I wasn't really paying attention. Fish is like a lifestyle. Okay. What does that mean? Yo! What did you say? Okay, we got skull. Somebody remembered that. I'll kill you. Is that... Oops, sorry. Is that what the fish lifestyle is about? You kill someone? This fish ain't nothing to me, man. Are you okay? Do you need a nap? Okay, wait. And then a pushy arm. Okay, remember. Somebody write that down. A skull and then a pushy arm. And then what? And then what? I don't know. I sold fish to myself. Uh-huh. I like those memes. Don't tell anyone. Where's the other one? Skull push arm moon? Armling. I don't even see the armling. Sounds good to me. Obligatory. When a stream pointing out, I drew the egg background. Ugh, true. You so did. Everyone, please say good job, shrimp. Cause she did really. Or sorry, they did really good with the eggs in the sand. Pretty freaking awesome. Pretty freaking awesome eggs.
They want to stab me in the
What?
heart with a wooden stake for pulling my fish out at the Toronto Blue Jays game. All I got to
Oh.
say is ... I paid for the tickets.
Thank you so much. Can buy. I can buy Ouroboros now too. Yeah, I think we've been able to buy Ouroboros. I just have not gone back there. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch chopper. Thank you. They them not she hurts. Okay, happens a lot. I know. I don't know why I said that. I got girls on the brain. Got girls on the brain. But you were playing Minecraft? Yo. That's so awesome. I love Minecraft. Just imagine you are an ice cube slowly melting on a hot pan. Okay, are you guys following this instruction? I love fish. So, did you look up the script for that, or was that just in your brain? Oh, I was only talking to myself. The pain of being a head impaled on a spear is... Well, it is worth it, of course. Wait, they're just a head? On a spear? Magnificus will award me the highest honor. Yo, this is not excellent teaching conditions. Full dome? Sheesh! Fish. Mmm. Yummy. I love building brown bricks in Minecraft. It's the most fun you can have in a game. I didn't know you could make colorful bricks. Has that always been an option? It's okay, I do think of women a lot. Yummers. If fish come down my chin... Okay, I'm not reading that out loud. Gotta take a nap. Thank you so much for that. Can we get some tucks for Zora? Bro's out of it. Please do not the fish. I know what he's referencing, but what a thing to say. Don't suck me, I'm fishing. What did I just hear? Oh my god. This is so awesome. Ozzy, are we fishing later? Check yes or no. I will be the centerpiece of his deck. Untuck? Too bad. Forcible nap taking. I can't believe this is what I see the moment I pull up an X son of an X stream. Azu! Azu, you're a mod. Do something. It's your job to do something, right? Are you fishing? Sant to Av Peak. Okay, stuck. you like tenderly place a fishing pole in his hand, like while he's laying in bed, and then you pull the covers over him and his fishing pole. I can't. They're also a mod. Oh, well, this sucks. What the? Goodbye, Shan. You will be missed. We miss you so much. Sure you can just simply fight them IRL? Oh, that would be awesome. I would do that. This fish is so tough. Okay. What are you saying? Good night. Good night. Ook. Can we get lurk bait? Lurk bait, Twitch overlay thing for more fish. Lurk bait? I don't think I've ever heard of lurk bait. Is that the thing where like people fish in the chat? Like you do exclamation point fish or something? I think I've seen one stream with that. But I don't really know how that works. Hello, Carrot. Yeah, it is that thing. Oh, wait, that's kind of poggers. I do like fishing. X Cinnamon Fox X streams are family friendly? Man, don't say that. Listen. I have never, not once ever claimed to be family friendly. There's no age limit on most of my streams. But that doesn't mean it's like okay for 8-year-olds to watch. There's still an age limit on Twitch itself. You gotta be at least 13. And plus, I think Inscryption is the type of game that has like the automatic mature like warning label. So surely it's fine and I'm not going to jail. Let's get you tucked too. Yo! Fish pussies allowed here? I don't know. I guess so. Don't make me answer that. I haven't really thought about that. Drink up. I need to go elsewhere. See you later. Thank you for the hydrate and thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Don't tuck any fish into me. The fussy? Oh. Guys, I don't really know how to respond to that. Everyone shut up. Let's look at all the rest now. Oh my god. I'm looking at it. All fish tucks. Send them his way. Okay. I really don't know what that means. Clickbait is like $7 whole. I'm sure there's a way to like make something similar. Like maybe I could just have a fish command and it lies to you. What is this announcement? I don't know. I don't know. You're a mod. You're a mod, so you can handle it, right? Look at my squirrel ball. Pretty cool, huh? Thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Charlie. Welcome in. You can't go to hell. That is an official Azumazu quote. Betrayed by my fellow mod. That's kind of real. Peeks in. Bad timing. Yeah, maybe now is not a good time. Can people like spam some emotes in chat so that we can bury whatever the hell is going on up there? So that if anyone comes in, they don't get scared. What if my fish was half glazed? Dude, they make sweet fish, right? I think I've seen like teriyaki salmon before. Is that real? Oh my goodness, thank you for these emotes. Tuck. Oh my goodness, thank you everyone. Wow, look, now we're back to our regularly scheduled safer safer work stream. I need an explode emote. Oh my god, you so do. You so do. I need to post more of my emotes in my art channel. I thought I had all of them, but I don't know if I do for real. But if it's posted, I have all my VGen like artists credited. If not, I can find it and tell you if you want. You can't cover up the truth. What is the truth? That you're
Santa
sleepy?
buddy.
Okay, thanks. Thanks so much for that. That was so awesome. I'm confused. Oh, what are you confused about? Everything is so normal. There is nothing to be worried. Fish tuck. Fish tuck kind of sounds like a threat. Like, you know how people say, like, sleep with the fishes? That's kind of what it makes me think of. Like, you just threw Holly into a river or something. Everything squash. Oh, oh my god, why do you have fish emotes? Do you guys remember there was like a Twitch global emote that was like a little red fish and it was screaming, and it was the best Twitch global emote that they ever made, but they don't have it anymore. And I think about that so often. It was like a pogging little fish. It's quite sad. I don't know what happened to him. I hope he's having a good evening. Fast fish emote. What does that even mean? Is it like me fishing, or is it me as a fish? Or is it just like a regular fish, but it's like that's the type of fish I would catch? You as a fish. Oh wow. I'm so excited. Cinenorg is real. Think we should install 7TV and use the Joel emotes? Joel. Oh, I don't know who Joel is. I'm also, I've seen some people that have 7TV. I don't really know how you get it. The anti emotes, those go crazy. Oh my goodness. My goodness. That's so awesome. Perhaps I will not be central to his strategy. I care not. He can use me as a chump blocker. I have mastered disappointment. This is depressing. The fish is named that? The fish is named Joel? There's a fish named Joel? Po Poison Tuck? Azumazu. You're tucking him in the poison? Me when I fish tuck with my chump blocker. Poison Steve Joelfish. Uh-huh. Fish is a lifestyle. Okay. I don't know what that means. Wasan? Okay. Where my little chump blockers at? It's like fish, but what? Wasan is fish? Why do you know about French things? This is kind of sad. There you go. Oh, like that's how you pronounce it? Wasan? Wasan is a French sounding word? I thought he was just misspelling poison. Wasan Steve? Look it up right now. I have French friends. Genshin, right? Why am I getting... Why are they like 3 different answers? I don't think I want to look it up right now. I'm a little scared. I'm a little scared. Genshin does have French, like, a French area, but I don't know if they ever pull out a poisson. Azu eyebrow emojis? Is it something bad? Like poison? You play Genshin? Yeah. It's a Genshin thing? Do they just... How do you not remember Poisson? It was so iconic. Is it in Fontaine? I don't think I got very far in Fontaine. Cause, Child gave me his, like, little, I don't know what it's called. He gave me his little gem thing to hold on to. And he's like, give it back to me later. And I didn't want to give it back to him later, so I didn't progress. Also, I don't know if I want to click on the link. That's... I'm so suspicious. You kept his vision? Yeah, it's in my pocket. It's mine now, yoink. Yoink, it's mine forever. It's the name of Fontaine's main city? Am I wrong? I don't know. It might be. It probably is. I just haven't got that far. Sigh? What? Why are you sighing? Yu-Gi-Oh card named Recette de Poisson? And Poisson means fish? Chat, is this real? Go. I'm going. Already did that. Okay, I think this is the last one. Note reads, the top sigil is found by the greedy. God, that's me. The bottom sigil is found by the heart. By the heart of hearing! Or by those who hear too easily. Oh my god, that's also me. The middle sigil is found by the pale. Not really. Hard of hearing. Do you think rabbits are hard of hearing? It is real. Hard of hearing, that means you, lol. Okay, well, that's real, but how do you know that? Greedy. Shoot, I don't remember what these all do. None of these sigils are I thought the greedy one would be like, if you sacrifice, you get like 3 extra bones or something. Maybe that means something else. Why does Inscryption look different? I low-key forgot the game. Azu, you're so not locked in, huh? You're thinking about your little Poisson. Thinking about fish for real. You're like, ah, no, don't tuck me with fish. But then meanwhile, you're like, fish. It looks different because... I don't know. We passed, like, through the first act. That was, like, the normal stuff in the cabin with the scary guy. And then there's, like, a lore dump where we saw these, like, grainy videos. And now we're in a game. Like, in a game in the game. Always 50-50. Either you are or you aren't. Oh. There's more to this game? Yeah. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, I'm a gamer. I'm getting really far. What the? Chest is empty, save for a single card. A wabbit. Pale. Which of these looks pale? Basically, Luke is getting ganked by the Sleeper Fish Agent. That's from Summer of Bouncy Created Copy. That's not true. That's not true. Luke was okay. So we beat the first part of the game, and then I don't know if it was like we were getting our memories back or if we're just being shown lore. But this YouTuber guy named Luke found this pixely game, and I don't know, people are being weird about it. My goodness, Azumazu underscores on Rumble the Mad God. Did you know that? Everyone point and laugh at him. Me, I was in that chest for real, for real. Aww. Luke, fish, lick, crying, screaming, exploding. What does that even mean? That lick emote is really cute. I like the lick emotes where they're like licking the screen. I don't know. There's something so cute about that. Point and laugh. Yeah, I'm pointing and laughing. I'm so excited. My goodness. I wonder what kind of fish I am. More CC's than Cinenorg now, yippee. Man, I just like fishing. I just like fishing. Wait, Lando, that emo is so cute. Oh my god, they're gonna fly away. Where will they go? Read the clues carefully. Shoot. My ass is not reading. Top, found by the greedy. Middle is found by the pale. Bottom is found by the hard of hearing, by those who hear too easily. I posted it in the Discord. Yippee! I can't wait to see. Oh my goodness. Fish, I'm so fish pilled. Answers are in this room. Okay, that's good. I'm glad I don't have to remember anything. What the? Oh, a skull. Well, maybe this is the top one. If it's saying top sigil. I don't know if that's greedy though. Maybe greedy was like the chest? Oh, you reach back in for more and notice a sigil where the card used to be. Okay, so that's gotta be greed. So the wing is greedy. What would that be? I don't know if that's pale or hearing. I'm so fish pilled. I'm lacking omega 3s in my body. Oh. Whoa. You fix your music volume? I don't think there's anything wrong with my music volume. Oh, I guess it's down a bit. I know. Shrimp has contributed so much. Fried fish eggs in the sand. Fried fish eggs. Lol. R/whoosh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you're getting at. I don't think I like the music being that loud. Oh. A down arrow. I see. And then pale? I don't know if that's pale, but there was a skull up there. I don't really get how that's pale, but... What the... Wait, I like this little freak. The stuff I do for FOSS compared to my normal art is really funny, TBH. You mean you don't normally draw like little fishes and eggs? Like this isn't your regular art style. You got it now. This guy is my bestie. Stimulation. Yippee! I love stimulation. Wait, what's Holly? At last, stimulation. My test has been sensory deprivation, you see? To unlock the full potential of my mind, you see? It's unlocked now. Hear me, Magnificus? I'm ready. You have to battle? Okay. I feel like sensory deprivation would be like kind of fun for a little bit. Is that real? I feel like just being completely alone with just your thoughts would be kind of nice. Hi, Anthony! Thank you so much for the hydrate and stretch. I mostly draw hot women and whatever my OC Atlas is. Yo. That's so awesome. Is Atlas the like bird person? Do you have a bird person or am I getting confused? I'm so scared of what's happening in chat. There's nothing to be scared of. They're there. Don't even worry. Wichika, Wichika. Wichika indeed. What is that from? Gem Fiend. Wait, look at this guy's little eyeballs. I don't think I posted Atlas in the Discord. Oh. I must be thinking of something else. Wait. I need more shrimp streams. I need to go to more. I need to see these pretty people. All this fish talk is making me frightened. Are you scared of fish? It's okay, fish can't hurt you. They're just slippery things. There's pets. Oh my god. I need 1 billion more bones. Okay, we're slaying. Get the Heart of Hearing clue now? I do get the Heart of Hearing clue. I don't think I would have got that for quite a while. I don't get the pale one, though. I just walked into the dark, and there was a skull. I guess it'd be like that sometimes. Atlas is my Fallout OC. I'll share her eventually. Yo! Yo! Fallout OC. That's so cool. Goodness. One day I'll play Fallout 4. Not today, but one day. Surely. Surely when I'm gamer enough. I like fish, however. There's so much fish talk. Well, we're fish enjoyers. See? You like fishing, right, Holly? You fish Norgs with me. That was incredibly stimulating. We aren't done here, right? I wish to see the lights again. To sing, to dance. You wouldn't leave, would you? Yikes. I think I'm gonna leave. If I open the door, you'll stop by on the way back and let me out. Right? How do I let him out? I don't know how to get him. Yikes. Surely they will be okay. This post is brought to you by the Fish Tuck Alliance. You guys tuck your fish or untuck your fish? This is pretty. I guess I can't. Oh, the note reads, Dear Scrimora, I believe PO3's plot may go far past the extent of a common power grab. Indeed, this great transcendence will have catastrophic and unpredictable results. The note is incomplete and ends abruptly. I urge you to consider. Ooh. What are we considering? Fallout 4 is pretty fun. Play it before the other Fallout games so you won't be as disappointed by the story. Wait, that sounds so sad. To be honest, I didn't really ever plan on playing the other ones. I just want to play the fourth one. I heard New Vegas is good as well, but I don't hear anyone ever talking about 2 or 3. Unfish Tuck. Sheesh. Best song in the game incoming. Okay. We can spare 1 music volume for this. Ooh. Ah, you are here at last. How do my pupils fare? Wow, this is a hairy person. Fallout 76 is $4 right now too. Do people like Fallout 76? I really only hear about 4 in New Vegas. My friend says the first 2 are the best. I don't know, I haven't played them yet. Play Fallout 4 if you know nothing about the series. Yeah, that's what I plan on doing. Eventually. I heard New Vegas was the best. Wow, this is a hairy person. Mango emoji. Oh my goodness. Wait, I like mango. They're so juicy. No matter. There are far more concerning issues at hand. Do you understand the canvas that you have been woven into? Nay, you are the brush. I don't wanna be the brush. What? And the artist moves you with a terrifying mastery. My eye aches with premonition. Hey, this is kind of cool. Fallout 76 is the newest and one of the most popular. They just released a DLC too, I think. It doesn't work if you have a 1440p monitor? Shoot, I don't know what my monitor is. It doesn't look crazy good, but it doesn't look horrible. I would say it's pretty regular. Fallout 76 is balls. Just got eyebrowed by a hairy fella. No, he's just opening his eye. He's not like Monsley emojiing me. I hate the radio songs on New Vegas. Really? I haven't really heard them. I started Fallout 4 a long time ago at my mama's house on our PS4. And I liked the songs that were in that one. I don't know anything about the New Vegas songs though. Probably not 1440p. You can check in the display settings, I think. Oh. Is 1440p like average? The future is very grim. First, we must battle. Oh. Sheesh! Hairline is not looking excellent, Pale. You cannot just steal my jokes like that. His hairline... It's like the opposite problem. Like it went too far forward, I think. 1080p is average? 1920 by 1080 is probably what you have. Yeah, that's probably correct. I'll have to check my display settings. I just tripped on my stairs. Did you trip up or down the stairs? I hope you're okay. My pupils would die to be painted by it and live forever as a card. That's so weird. But that is not the full extent of its powers. Me when I pee 1080 times. And then you have an egg timer emoji. That's not very much. That's like a year's worth or something. Maybe like a little over a year's worth, right? I think you should drink more fluids. This one needs some bleach. Yo! Now for a bit of color. Oh. What are you doing? Wait! My mantis! Bro. When skeletons play, you draw cards equal to the amount of mox cards on your side of the board. Are these mox cards? Is it ant rules? Dance Lonely Wiz. Dance. Is this the Lonely Wizard? That is kind of a nice dance, huh? Magnus Mox is on the board. It's one of each gem. Oh dear. Up the stairs. I got up too quickly. My vision was particularly blurry, so I didn't see the bottom stair. I still my big toe and tripped. Aw, I'm sorry, Holly. You see when my vision gets blurry, I have to like hold still for a bit. Because it would really suck to pass out. Did you just tell me to drink more fluids and say this one needs some bleach? No. Well, yeah, but that's not what I meant. He's dancing for you? He's kind of hitting that. Look at him. He's so cute. Where are the other peoples? Partially auto-corrected? Aw. I'm sorry. I hope you feel okay. A ruby mox is created in its place. Okay, let's just like see what a mox is, I guess. Princess God leaves a ruby mox in its place. Oh. Oh, stop. This is so sad. Okay, so I have an orange gem, I guess. I guess that's fine. My toe hurts a little, but otherwise I'm okay. I'm very glad. My goodness, wait, wrap it. Well, I can't sacrifice the ruby mox. Okay. This seems quite difficult. Next time, take a hot air balloon up the stairs. Wow, what a good idea. You just just float on up. Easy peasy. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to edit my deck. These mantis gods are not especially good without their cleave thingy. Oh. Well, I guess it's nice that the rabbit gets something. Oh. Wait, why didn't that leave a ruby mox? Guys, I don't know what's going on. Can I be honest with you? Retail shrimp. Real and true. Thank you, shrimp. Ew. Dang, harsh. Okay, we don't need all this. It is out of here. Maybe getting a bunch of like free cards that don't do anything. And then they'll change into something potentially better. Maybe that would be good. Or does it get rid of the buttons? Probably. Probably. So yeah, if the sigils are gonna be changed anyway, then we're really only worried about stats here. We'll have a lot of big fellas, huh? I have this, but a bit costly. I started playing Minecraft, a Minecraft mod pack for an anime called Tensura. That time I got reincarnated as a slime, and it's so much fun. Wait, that's so cute. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I've never played a Minecraft mod that was like based off a different IP. Like I know there's a lot of Pokemon Minecrafts, but I never played anything like that. I can't believe they're a fish. Who's a fish? Okay, maybe these are fine. Skeletons go good this fight, or bone cards that break? Yeah, I'm thinking the free cards that don't do anything could be made to be better. I think that's pretty slay. Just looking for things with stats that aren't one. uh, Master Garanti. So is this saying you need an orange and a green to play it? There's a lot of anime mods, like a lot of them. Really? I have never seen any. That's really cool though. Ugh. Bonehounds. Um. I don't think I have anything else that breaks per se. Can shield strike an opponent directly, even if there's a creature posing it. 2 bones. That's not so bad. I don't think. A 2/3 isn't so bad. Let me autocomplete. Then it just puts Mantis God's okay. I guess Mantis God isn't the worst. It's just a 1/1. But I guess pretty much everything is a 1 mana 1/1, huh? Okay. I played through a Naruto pack, a little of a JJK pack, and I played Pixelmon, but that was a while ago. With my Gurkinin monthly, I remember that. I remember that. Oh, what a good name for a monkey. Behold. Okay. What is this? Grass monkey. That funky monkey. Monk's cards on the underside of the board get 1 power. Are these all Mox cards? We Moxing it up. Little guy. I love this song so much. Helps me relax when I'm stressed. That's lovely. It is pretty good. Where are my Mox cards at? Okay. play anything here. Turn it. How has my day been? Pretty good, pretty good. I got a package today from my mama. And I had McDonald's French fries. And I don't know. I slept in. Most of my day has been on stream. I forgot to ask when I got here. Yay! A package! I'm going to see my mama. On Christmas Eve, I'll see her. But since I have to, like, take a plane, there's some Christmas presents that, like, you know, obviously would be hard to take back on a plane if they're too big. So she has to send them directly. So it's pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. I slept in until 2 my time. Oh my goodness. I love sleeping in. Okay, I guess let's create some bones. If nothing else. Oh, I see. I need more bones. Where are my bones at? That sounds so sweet. Yeah. It's kind of goofy though, because that means, well, like for Christmas, I'm getting her like a bird feeder that has like a little camera in it so that she can watch whatever birds come to her theater. Come to her feeder. Like kind of like a blink camera, but for a bird feeder. And, you know, obviously I can't take that in my suitcase on the plane. So I had to have it shipped to her. Like we're shipping each other our Christmas presents. It's like, okay, you can't open it until Christmas. You gotta be patient. Boom heap. Ooh. Okay. The rabbit can block the gem feed. You can go here. And you can go here. Oh yeah. Glad I'm still with my mom and dad. I think I miss them quick. That's so awesome. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I became a streamer. As I did miss my family quite a bit when I moved. And I don't know. I didn't have that many people to talk to. And so I was like, oh, I'll stream and I'll talk to people. I'll talk to people that I meet from playing silly little games. And so I think it worked out nicely. Abbott leaves a ruby mox in its place. Oh man. Okay. And now it has a power, okay. Okay, we're doing a good job, I think. I think we're gonna get rid of this Magnus and then things will be easier. Maybe, hopefully. Rabbit! Seems to have worked out very nicely for you. Yeah. And now I get to talk to people like every day. It's so nice. Ooh. I want that one. That's okay. Okay, I got rid of its Magnus, so I think it's all uphill from here. Moving away from family sounds scary. Yeah. It was kind of scary. I don't know. I like big adventures. I like I like just going for things. I'm a bit of a impulsive person, I would say. So when the opportunity presented itself, I did have to think long and hard about it, but I don't know. Ultimately, I don't think anyone was really surprised that I was able to do such a big move. And it was definitely scary at first, but I don't regret my decision. I think I like where I live now. And it's exciting because it's like I get to travel to see my family, and I love traveling. So it's like a big adventure every time I see them. I must be slowing down with age. I may need to set my brush upon my own cards once again. Yo! He's cheating. It's so much fun being here. I'm so glad. Thank you for saying that. I plan on moving into an apartment with my best friend for my graduate years in college, and I'm a little scared. For sure, for sure. For sure, for sure. I will say it was easier for me to move across the country because I had already moved away from my family once, like to go to college. I went to college like a couple hours away, and it was still driving distance, so it wasn't like that bad. But I think it still kind of got me used to like, okay, I can like be on my own, and like it's not so bad. Very well. My goodness. Considering moving to Pennsylvania, TBH, I can't afford to live here on my own. Is there... I don't want to ask you too many personal things, but is there... I guess I don't hear too much about Pennsylvania. Is like the job that you want, does Pennsylvania have like opportunities there? Or is it just like cheaper? I don't know. I don't I don't know too much about that place. GG, one more left. Yeah! I'm so excited. I'm gonna fight PO3 and then I'm gonna take his place as a cool robot. Be the same for me within driving distance? Yeah, so then you'll still be able to visit your family on weekends and stuff whenever you want. It's just a lot cheaper than here in New England. Oh. I think that's understandable. Like a lot? I don't know too much about different New England states, but I do. I know like New York and like New Jersey and like that area is pretty pricey. Very well. We have battled, and now I may speak. You see, my eye, it aches because it remembers. It was excised. Excised? I do not recommend Idaho. New York and New Jersey aren't New England? Oh. Shoot. I thought New England was just the East Coast, but like the north part. Wasn't planning on it. I imagine Idaho is kind of like the cost of living is probably reasonable. But yeah, I guess depending on what job you want, it might be somewhat rural. Northeast? Is New York and New Jersey, is that not Northeast? Shoot. You think that? Oh, is Idaho low-key expensive? I don't know much about Idaho either. By none other than Leshy, the scribe of beasts. And a beast he is, arrogant, single-minded, obsessed with gaining power. Wait, Leshy messed up his eye? Sheesh. But he's far from the worst scribe to become hegemon. Hegemon? Hegemon? You see, the ejection of my eyeball is far from the worst thing that can happen around here. You must be especially aware of. Oh, yo! Where'd they go? They are Northeast, but not New England. Oh. Shoot. My geography could use some work. All those darn Californians? Does Idaho border California? Does that increase the price of living? Bleen's Mox is on the board. It provides a green gen and a blue gen. Okay. I don't think I'm a big fan of the gem gameplay. I think I'm a bone enjoyer more than anything. New England is Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Lots of small states, huh? Little bitty ones. What is this? Someone left their tentacle in the sink. Oh, I did not know I could grab that. Do I have it? Okay. Guess I'll be taking that. I saw its tentacles somewhere else. I didn't know they were grabbable. Everyone years ago heard how great Idaho was, and most of them were Californians, which brought a lot of new population and drove the cost of living up. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense that people would want to like move if they hear that something's good. Oops. Keep in mind, Maine is like the size of Ireland, so just small compared to the rest of the Union. I don't have that much of a concept of how big Ireland is, but I guess if it's as big as a whole country, that's pretty large, huh? I swear I saw another tentacle. Oh my god, you're fishing over here. Sometime I try this spot. Find good fish. Corrupted fish. Old_fish. Woof. You probably saw that the bridge was fixed. Now they want me to give you deck building tips. Like, use your rare cards. They are more powerful than common cards. But I sure am sick of being around these scribes. Each has a more twisted ambition than the last, I tell ya. Man, I wanna go fishing for real. Problem is, Idaho's towns and cities weren't big enough for all the incoming people, so they had to quick build a lot of apartment complexes. Ooh. Yeah, that does sound rough if everything was a bit rushed. Man, that's unfortunate. But like, I get it. If you can't afford to live somewhere, it's like, let's move here. Like, I don't blame them. It's just an unfortunate situation. They probably couldn't afford to stay in Cali, yeah. I've never, like, looked for houses or apartments or any sort of home in California, but I would have to imagine that's pretty tough. Oh. Hello. Few players visit me here. I sometimes ponder what my gameplay purpose was. Oh. That's kind of cool. Is she carving? Wood carving? Oh, it is clear now that you wish to know more. What can I tell you? I have glimpsed the old data, and and I will speak nothing of it as a kindness. I will repeat myself. I will speak nothing of the old data. To know it is to die, but you players are never deterred by that. What can I tell you? It is corrupt knowledge. So evil that it corrupted this disc. Inscryption, the good? No. Well, that makes me more curious. What can you know? Ask the scribes. They don't seem to care for human life. Leave me here to ponder and carve my wood. Being Leshy's puppet has given me much to ponder. Man, I was hoping for a secret. Old data is interesting, though. I don't blame them either, just so many came here. They made so many other people unable to afford stuff who are already living here and weren't financially stable. I do want to say I was joking about blaming the Californians. I get you, I get you. Yeah, just tough all around. Just tough all around. I'm not an economist, so I'm not really sure what a better solution would be. I'm glad I found that, but I was looking for another tentacle. Damn. Surely it wasn't here. This doesn't seem like a area that would have that. Right here in NH is like 2.5k a month for a 2-bedroom that allows pets, not even in a major city. That's crazy. That's... Oh wait, no, my robot, come back. I kinda like this one as well. This fella has a kind face. I need to be a robot, though. I don't know. I don't want to say how much my rent is, but it certainly... I have a pet, and it is certainly not $2,500 a month. That's so extreme. Better solution would be to raise minimum wage. Yeah, I don't want to get... I don't want to get, like, political. But yeah, I think if people aren't able to afford rent, then something's gotta change, you know? Let's dump ourselves with the rent. Minus $700. That is quite good. That is quite good. Please don't dox yourself though. My rent is $0. Yo, that's so awesome. Okay, I guess let's just go up here. Whoa. Little assembly line, huh? That's quite eerie. You rummage through the junk cards and find a card pack. Oh, are they making cards? Empty spaces. Then a circuit completed by factory conduit spawn link bots at the end of the owner's turn. Within a circuit? I don't even know what a circuit is. A couple years ago, you could rent a house for around this much in some states. Bro, that's so sad. I'm never gonna have a house. Mine is $0. I live with my mother. Amazing. Keep your $0 rents as long as you can, guys. Save up your monies. No conduit may complete a circuit, but provides no effect. Okay. I wonder how you complete. Do you need knolls on each side and then factories in the middle and then... But where did elite bots spawn? When Mrs. Bomb is played, fill all empty spaces with explode bots. Okay. I'm learning, I think. Hello. Wow, 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 wow. 3-bed, 2-bath is like $1,500 a month here, I think. Not nearly as bad, but still kind of rough. I think that sounds good for 3 bedrooms, but I guess it really depends on the size of the bedrooms. Maybe 3K here with bed bugs. That ain't bad. That's really good, actually. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's all perspective. It depends on, like, the area you live, how much groceries cost where you are. You know, that kind of thing. What wages are like in the area. But where I live, I would take that. I would take that for sure. Challenge me. Let's see your deck. Weight cards. Total lack of synergy. This pile really doesn't stand a chance against me. Look, I'm trying to finish up my conduit control list here, but the bots they're sending down the line are trash. Man, this guy's harsh. Get those workers to send me something good. Tell them to throw themselves on the line if necessary. And please, have a decent deck by the time you're done. Dang. I wouldn't even feel bad replacing this guy. Oh. Oops. Not exactly what I meant to do. What? I don't understand how this works. PO3's a mini? Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. I don't know where these numbers are coming from. This cancels, this cancels, this cancels. So shouldn't it just be 2? I guess I don't know what this means. Okay. Looks good. The lock-on class in a drawer burst forth. It contained 2 card packs. When Shutterbug damages another creature, that creature perishes. Also, when a creature moves into the space opposing Shutterbug, they are dealt 1 damage. That's good. Well, I think that's good. Another one. Okay. +1. I'm not really sure. I guess we could complete a circuit. Don't know why we would, but we could. Or maybe like this. I guess that's still only 2. Oh wait, could make my own circuit maybe. Much better. Okay. busting open card packs. I do like Double Gunner. I think that one's cool. Another Shutterbug. Okay. I guess I won't complain. Spooky. My goodness, look at him. He looks like a mantis or perhaps a frog. Perhaps a mix of both. 0 out of 1. I don't even have... a way to complete the circuit. Oh, I see. I don't know if I really understand how that works. 1, 1. I need 6? How does a 1, 1 turn into 3, 3? 1 plus 1? Wouldn't that be 2 and then 2? Yo! Thanks for the bonk. My goodness, I'm so good at puzzles. I don't even know what I'm doing and it's working out. This is so awesome. Oh! Real and true. Thank you, Holly. I was watching Big Time Rush last night for the first time since I was like a child. And it's kind of awesome. I don't know. It was funnier than I expected. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. What kind of like shows did you guys watch? Not like as a kid, but like preteen age era. Or maybe like a little before that. I was a big iCarly kid. I think that's what I watched the most, other than like Adventure Time. But as far as like sitcoms go, I liked iCarly. I liked Victorious, but I didn't watch it that much. It's just like if it was on, I enjoyed watching it. But I'd never be like, oh man, I can't wait to watch Victorious the same way I did with iCarly. Avatar: Last Airbender and SpongeBob. Ooh, I watched a lot of SpongeBob too. Banger, 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 banger. Mrs. Bomb. Meatbot. Ooh. That's kinda horrific. Wonderful, thank you. What's your deal? What is it? What do you want? You see that I'm very, 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 very busy. I'm very busy here. What? PO3 isn't happy with my output, but I am merely the inspector. To put better bots on the line, I would need to... Just who are you to be carrying orders from PO3? PO3 would only trust someone with some semblance of card game skill. I am very busy, but I must know if you are qualified to give me orders. I don't know if I'm qualified or not. Also, Lab Rats, I missed that show. Ooh, I never seen Lab Rats. I don't know if I've ever heard of that. My sister really liked Ant Farm. There's like a Disney Channel show called Ant Farm, so I would watch that a lot too. What is that rat behind you? Oh, Churchy, do you like it? It's the Aldi Christmas rat, but it's only available in the UK, unfortunately. So we can't have one. All of us United States dwellers, we can't have it. So it's on the screen for us to enjoy. Super funny. Is Lab Rats is that a cartoon or like a sitcom? I watched Liberty Kids a lot as a child. I heard of that one, but I never seen it. Christmas rat. Yeah. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool. If you're a good kid, I guess the Christmas rat will give you a cookie. That's my headcanon. I'm very busy. I must know if you're qualified to give me orders. Sorry, I already read that. Hi, Hero. Thank you so much for the Hero Boom. This is so awesome. This is so poggers. Oh, I haven't edited my deck in a while. Hopefully this is chill. I don't really understand the circuit stuff. I guess anything in between the circuit like gets boosted? Maybe that's how that works. Hello. He's so scrumbly. Yeah. Yeah, you say that and you mean it as a good thing, right? You guys like scrungly, right? Please say yes. Please say you like scrunglies. Okay, check this out. We got a skeleton. And a thing. Hi, Cortia! Huh? He's so Bungus good. No, Bungus is not good. You cannot be throwing Bungus out there. Scrumbly! Crying emoji. But you're crying because you like it so much, right? 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 Okay, wait. My hound will save the day, I think. Yeah, this deck is all messed up because it was for the painter dude. So I wasn't caring about the sigils, but now I might be cooked a little bit, but we'll see. Bungusiest? I don't know how I feel about that. That feels really cursed. Oh, he died. I guess I don't know what a Mox card is. I thought surely I would have one. Surely Scrumbly didn't kill Keiji. He would never. Oh dear. Your message from PO3 must indeed be genuine. As I mentioned, I am a mere inspector. Not an engineer, not a designer. I cannot send new bots down the line, but I can send myself. I'm proud to have served PO3 faithfully. Well met, stranger. What? No! He put his own head on the line. Wait, that's so messed up. This is so messed up. Well, I have to know if PO3 likes it or not. I like these, like, crab-looking square ones. Where is it? He's so wonkus? Man. Oh my god, there it is. Do you like it? Do you like it? Do you like it? Did I lag? Figure out why they're sending me trash bots to scan. Wait. Is that one good? Did you scan the good one? Oh. Wait. He did all that and you didn't even like it? What the? What the? No! Little guy's head! I put him on my work computer. Now everyone will see him. The Aldi Christmas wrap? That's so awesome. No. So sad. You put the Aldi Christmas wrap on your work computer? That's the coolest thing I've ever heard in my whole life. We gotta spread this Christmas cheer. Okay. I think we're almost at the end of this segment. PO3 is the last fella I gotta fight. Edit my deck though. This is kind of a mess. Okay. We'll put 4 Mantis Gods. Slay. We'll put um hmm. I like the idea of the conduits. Maybe. Why does it cost 3 energy for a 1/1? A load of beans. The energy cards are so expensive. Okay. Anyway, we'll just ignore that. Mantis Gods, go! And then I also want some bones. Pharaoh Pets, go! Yuli, go! I really like the Tomb Raider. It's a banger. Had it as Glorp, but 'tis the season, I guess. Wait! Glorp is so good! Like the cat? The little green, like, alien cat? That's such a good work computer background. I hope multiple people saw him. Banshee seems fun. Gravedigger, that seems good. Yeah, that's awesome. This is so swag. That seems pretty fine, I suppose. That seems pretty fine. Only Mantis God deck? That's what I'm saying. I have 6 of them. I can put all 6 in the deck. I guess that's pretty fine. Squirrel ball. Okay. Surely that's a good, balanced, nice deck. Oh, pumpkin. +1, +1. 8? -1. I'm so good at math. I'm so good at in and out machines. Wait. I like that they get hot from the fire and then turn gray. 1, 2, 1. It's like exactly perfect. Oh, maybe it's not exactly perfect. What is this? No charge. What? Never mind. I lied about being really good at math and in and out machines. I think I just got lucky. 2, 3, 4. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Minus. Oh, you can put it over these? Oh, I didn't know. Okay. Let's see. If we made this +1, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 1. Is that right? Yes. So we gotta put something somewhere. Ugh, math. Hate these puzzles. I like the magic tower. Yeah, the magic tower was more like riddles. 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, 10. Total, if there was all charged one. That could never happen though. I feel like since this one is here, it's gotta be used for something. I don't know what though. 5, 6, 7. The -1 applies to all. Maybe minus and then plus? No. I keep getting 4. I don't even know how to solve this without just doing trial and error. Oh. Well, it's just this little bit, and then you ignore the rest. Okay. I didn't even think about shortening it like that. That was a lot better, huh? Hello. Ha ha ha. Oh my god. This is Jack from Deltarune. What was that? I am the melter. They send me raw materials and I will see. You can see how it works. Not another word out of you. We must have a card battle. Oh. Okay. Sounds good to me, boss. Mantis go crazy. Factory conduit constructs sleep bots in the charge space. Oh, I see. I didn't understand how that worked when I saw that card, but now I quite get it. Okay. They're gonna kill my mantis. I'm ruined. At least you can make them slightly unhealthy before. Oh shoot. I have nothing to play. Am I dead? Yes, I'm not all the way dead. Yeah, mantis. Oh. It's not bad. Oh, it'll keep doing that. I see. Oh, man. I think I need less sacrifice. More energy things. Okay. call emerges from the deep. Oh, look at him. What a cutie. Creatures within the circuit completed by above conduit gain 1 power. Okay. Okay. Ouch! Darn it. I feel like I definitely could have done that. Maybe... Maybe get rid of one of those. And... I don't know what Mrs. Bomb does. I'm not really super sure what the bombs she summons are for. But it could be good. Okay. Oh, I should have put it in the middle. I didn't realize it had 3 health. I thought it would get killed quite immediately. Goodness. Well, now they have wheat bots, but they don't have any attack. Sucks to be them, I guess. When Shutterbug damages another creature, that creature perishes. Also, when a creature moves into a space opposing the Shutterbug, they are dealt 1 damage. Okay. Shutterbug seems quite good. Yippee! More foils! So many foils. I'm gonna buy so many card packs and then my collection will be complete. Excellent battle. Now, with that aside, what did you come to tell me? PO3 wishes for better bots for his scanner. That is difficult. You see, I melt the material, but I cannot reprogram the stamping machine. I'll skip something. There's a way to send at least 1 new bot down the line. Haha, yes, for PO3. And there's like red text. I was like, no. You buy Ouroboros yet? No. I feel like at this point, I'm already so close to the last thing. There's probably not a good reason to buy Ouroboros. It's probably good for earlier in the game when you can scale it quite a bit. But which one? Is this one him? This one does look quite different. Where is this one? I don't know, but this is really sad. Poor little guy. These guys are trying their best, and it's not enough. -5. Oh. I guess there can't be any interruptions in the middle, huh? 5 out of 3. Zero. What? I thought I had it to be on both sides for a sec there. 0. That's 4. Crazy how much of a difference it makes. Oh. Darn it. Ugh. I feel like gotta get rid of this -2. 'Cause, you know, negative and all. Ugh. The lurk? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the lurk, Mick. Very much appreciated. Drive safe, drive safe. Oh my goodness. Man, it's kinda tired in here, huh? The 2 nose go at the end. Can either end. Right side end. This? Oh, yeah, that does make sense, huh? Yippee! Five. Maybe we get rid of that. It's 5. Okay. I don't know. Sometimes it clicks and sometimes I just cannot see it whatsoever. Yippee! Bingo! Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. It's fishing. Oi, mate. I know what you're here for. You're asking me to take a dive. But I can't accommodate you, mate. Got special orders, innit? Looking to dredge something special. We can duel, maybe even give you something if you win. I wonder if this is what the UK rat sounds like. No more circuit puzzles, yay! The math is over. But I can't be taking a dive. PO3 will understand. I feel so bad for these little worker guys. Know what, mate? Can't take me eyes off me work gear. I'll give you this one. Oh! There, take your pack. What? Yeah, you win, GG lol. My god. You're such a dedicated employee. He cares so much. No apathy. I need to concentrate. Oi! Is that... PL3's gonna reward me big for this one. Huh? What? Off with you. What is flashing? What is that? That is so unsettling. How do you even fish that up? I don't even know what that is. What the... insect one. Still something you're after? I gave you your pack. Oh, sorry. I gotta see what it gets squashed into. It's so ominous. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Wow. She's beautiful. I like the little wizard stimulation guy. I like when he flashes across the screen. This is so awesome. The bots haven't gotten much better, but you battled all of my workers. And you actually won? Give me that deck again. Wow. You beat them with that? Alright. Maybe there are some synergies that I missed. Let's go then. Huh? This fight is fun too. Cha-cha slide-in. See those conveyor belts? Just like my factory. At the very least, they had to test your lane positioning. Oh boy, oh boy. Slide to the left. Will I get his stuff then? It goes onto my side? I guess we'll find out. Yo! Thanks for the bonk. See how that works? Okay, your turn. Yo! Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, I guess. Can't put this in here. Get some bones. I don't want him to have a mantis. That might be problematic later. But, like, surely it's okay. An explode bot dies. The creatures opposing it, as well as friendly adjacent creatures, are dealt 10 damage. Ooh. My mantis. Well. I guess you're just killing everyone. You can hammer your cards before it reaches him? Oh, I didn't think about that. Look at them. Look at this little chain reaction. Cool board clear. Okay. I get it now. Don't worry. I don't think I want Mrs. Bomb though. Not for this one at least. Okay. Do not worry, that is acceptable. Another battle? Yeah, I think the older fella seemed to know what he was doing for real, for real. I passed. It's your turn. Ugh. My mantis. I wonder if Shutterbug, if it counts as moving into an opposing space when it cha-cha slides. Oh, it does. Yo. I feel like that makes Shutterbug really good for this fight. Quite like that one. Digging up bones, etc. and whatnot. I'm just gonna try to not play things over here. Low key. No. Ah, that's okay. Old towns. Oh, scanners online. Which card to scan? Just kidding. Obviously the one with the best stats. Girl, they're the same stats. It's the same card. The stat line could be better. Ha! Your move. Oh wait, no, this is fine. I think mine will kill first. Wow, that was actually so good for me. Doing that made me win in one turn. Nice luck you had. I guess playing a perfect game is no match for good RNG. Yeah, that was good RNG. Easy, GG. That was so easy. That was so cool. He just like gave me one for free. If he had gone first, like if his mantises struck first, I would have been in quite a pickle because I don't know how I'd get rid of them all. But that was just so beautiful and perfect. I guess you won. And you even decided that I am the scribe you will defeat. As if you have a choice. Ready for final battle? That wasn't the final battle? Aw, hell nah. Yo, what are you? If energy conduit is part of a completed circuit, your energy never depletes. Well, the conduit things seem like a pretty cool mechanic. He's got nothing to say. I want to know what happened to the glitchy thing. Is it just in the abyss? I don't know. You will see. Oh. I thought after I beat him, it'd be like, ah, you beat me. And now you are the cool little robot that rules the land. I don't know. I guess I don't really want spoilers, but is there quite a bit of game left? I thought it was almost done, so I was gonna chuck through it, but if there's a bit of game left, that might be a nice little stopping point. I would just hate to leave, like, one battle left, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Let's finish this. Well, is the game over after this? You will see. If there's like a third act, then I might just end here. You will see. Man, okay. As long as it's a short battle. If there's anything after the battle, I will save it for next time. It is time, Challenger. Choose the scribe that you will replace. I'm gonna stick with my original choice. I bet I could be a nicer scribe of technology than that guy. Oh. Hehehe. Suckers. Goodness, look at him. Oh, you actually picked me? Great. I can skip past the part where they whine at me. Let's get this over with. I got some big plays to make. Oh, me too. I gotta go back. You're supposed to battle the scribe that you picked, but like a powered up version for the finale. This is going to be different. Okay. No conveyor belts. Oh. Go with Trusty Mantis, I guess. I'll just leave this here. I gotta give it to that dredger. Not as useless as I thought. Oh. Wait a minute. The weird scary card. Well, surely that's fine. Surely the text running off of the note is regular. 98. That's the ticket. What? Here's some eye sorting out. Corrupted chunk. It's so loud. Kinda visually appealing though, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I could watch that forever. What? Is this the car? Ugh. My god. Why is he 3D? He's kind of cool. Wait, I kind of like the way he looks. You done gawking? We can start? You wanted to replace me. Look at us now. This is Botopia, a once great technological paradise. It's ruled by over four, it's ruled over by four, Uberbots, that's right. You gotta get out there and beat them. Why? To perform the great transcendence, of course. Doesn't matter what that means. You want it, okay? What? Shrimp, that's me too. What is this? Wait. Huh? Get up? No. What? Huff to the table. We got transcending to do. I like his little beep boop voice. He's just forcing us to play the game. Like, he's just like Leshy for real. What the? Great place to end the evening. That's low-key horrifying. Okay, it's saved. It saved 30 seconds ago. I wasn't really expecting that. I thought we were replacing him. I didn't know we were powering him up. Scary style. Wow, wowee. I wonder what happens if you pick someone else. Like if you click Leshy, does it just take you back to Act 1? It's like let's do that over again. That's really weird. I'm excited to see what comes next. Good job, GG. Thank you. Thank you all. This game is really fun. A good stream, I would say. Well, everyone, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Drink lots of water, eat lots of protein, get enough sleep and all that. Make good choices. I will be live again for the very last time for like a week tomorrow. To play some daily games, to yap a lot, and maybe play a little bit of Gartic Phone with chat. Pretty cool. So be there or be square. Hold on, I gotta find someone to raid. Ooh, let's raid Fool's Arcana. He is very nice, and it looks like he's playing Danganronpa 2, and we love Danganronpa 2 in this house, so let's show him some support. But goodbye, everyone. I hope you have a great rest of your day. If you pick anyone else, Pew3 just jumps in and does same, so that didn't matter. Okay. Well, then it feels extra good. That's like I picked him. I picked him, and it was really cool. All right. Goodbye, everyone. Oh, here's a raid message. Here's a sub raid message. You can choose whichever one you'd like. And I will maybe hopefully see you